slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that, spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas, think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains that last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some honestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable.
Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the
Good evening, race fans. Welcome to Redline Racing Network, and it's the dawn of a new season here in iSNF country. Matt Metler joined by an elite crew up here in the Tony Trapassa Memorial Broadcast booth. So strap in, make sure Grandma's got plenty of kernel-free popcorn as we get ready to get rowdy in the big house. Joining me, my broadcast partners in crime tonight from Extreme Sim TV. I like to call him Dodo Bird himself, Matt J, and from Beast Mode Performance's Alpha Team, Chris Davis, better known as The Biscuit. Gentlemen, how are we doing this afternoon?
Well, man, I'll hand it over to Chris here in a moment. Doing great. Got my kernel-free popcorn, my Dodo Bird egg, and I'm ready to go here tonight. How about you, Chris?
And we're just looking forward to this. I'm excited. I'm ready to see these guys get out on the track.
Absolutely. And we had a chance to speak with the head cook, chief, and bottle washer, Leah Ferris, before we went live. Gentlemen, 48 cars is the current iSNF record for a start. We could potentially have the opportunity to beat that. Not only would that be awesome, as this is the very first time iSNF comes home to Redline Racing Network for the big one here at Daytona, but if we could hit the record on top of it, and as much as my computer does not want to hear that, we're going to keep quiet. We're not going to let the PC know that. That would be epic. Is these drivers now about 29 minutes through their 30-minute warm-up session. And believe it or not, even though it's 2025, Emily Urias in that 78 machine is currently the fastest car on the board. Chris Davis, I know you don't know who she is, but I'm very, I used to rephrase that. I used to work with her at SRM as a broadcast partner, but she has clearly found some boogie in that number 78 machine. As these drivers get ready to round up this warm-up session, Chris, what can we expect from this track this evening? What is this track going to throw at these drivers? How do you mentally prepare for such a grueling 500-mile race?
Really, with this many cars, you just got to survive. You know, hook up with your teammates, do what you can. We're going to see a lot of people drop to the back, kind of ride out. A lot of people are just going to go to the front. You know, they're going to want to get up there and take charge and be ahead of all the rest. So it's going to be a back and forth game. Looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Matt, I'm going to ask you, as this field now begins to grid, what can we expect from these guys? What are your keys to success? What is it going to take to survive and be alive at the end of this thing?
Missed the big one. No pit road mistakes as well. If we somehow get green flag stops, treat the stages as they are. Don't try to run your way to the front for a stage point tonight. There's too many cars. Too many things can go wrong. To Chris's point, this is a game of survival. This is not a game of going and winning on lap one. If you can get up front, maybe get in a line, get in a pack together, work together, that's what's going to bring you to the victory lane and get you the big Dodo Bird at the end.
That's right, big Dodo Bird at the end. Hey, it wouldn't be something new, right, if you wouldn't have some gremlins popping off right now, and it looks like SDK is going to need a kick or the pants on us here. But we can do that. Hey, we can keep the party on going. We don't need that necessarily to get this place fired up. Look at the amount of cars, fellas. Have you ever seen quite a sight like that? I don't know how Leah Ferris does it, but we officially have tied the record as of right now. I am counting 48 cars out there on the racetrack. I know I've been doing this for some time. Matt J, you've been doing this for longer than I have. Since pre-COVID, have you ever seen 48 cars on a racetrack ready to ride at Daytona?
The only time you see that happening is the 24 hours of Daytona. That's a total different ball game with sports cars. In the Cup world, you don't see it. I'm excited. We're about to see history being made right here on the Redline Racing Network. So fans, if you're watching, this is big, and it's going to be big here tonight.
Absolutely, Matt. Well said. I could not agree more. Since we have such a big field to get through, let's go ahead and get down to business and call off our starting lineup here on Redline Racing Network. And you know we got to get fired up. We got to do it for Tony. So we've got to keep the background music here as we go ahead and get ready to get rolling here from the Big D. On the pole, the 24 out of the HMS camp. Ladies and gentlemen, watch for this guy to be a strong contender tonight. The 24 of James Bowles. Ryan Boogie, a sub in that 43 machine outside front row. JGR station, Charles Robertson in the 20 machine. The Mr. Restrictor of the virtual realm, Mr. Brian Shue, gonna roll off here in that third place position. Look for him to be epic here tonight and be forced to contend with as this field gets ready to rock and roll. Corey McCorkle in the 54 Monster Energy Toyota out of Stanley, North Carolina. He's going to roll off here, rounding out your top 5, while an old teammate of mine, Justin Barkley, in the 19 machine is going to roll off P6 out of Ocala, Florida, my home state. Joey Maines in the 48 machine out of Eagle Harbor, going to roll off 7th, while Chris Bishop in the 71 is going to occupy that 8th place position. Cameraman, just stop twitching. Hold it right there. Don't shake it. Thank you.
He's doing the boogie.
He's doing the boogie. He's too fired up. Someone take that Red Bull away from him. Exactly. Thank you. Larry Fairman, 34, longtime competitor here in iSNF, and a roll-off time. Yo, Shindy, not to be confused with my favorite Johnson, but different Jimmy Johnson. But can he be like Jimmy, 7-time out on the racetrack, and a roll-off there in that 10th place position? Justin Johnson, roll off as well. Rob White. Is currently not on the racetrack, but we're going to come back up here to the front of this thing as we get ready for the green flag here at Daytona. Calm before the storm. This is going to be one fast and furious crazy trade that only the iRacing gods can bestow upon us. Is that i.com pace car? Go ahead and takes that turn down pit road.
Green, green, green.
Get ready to roll. It's time for the down in the turn 22 for the first time.
Down into 1 and 2. They'll go 2 by 2 outside lane. They'll drop back now about a half a car length. Chris headed to get down the back straightaway right now. They'll draw back in.
Really hooked up right now. They've got a lot of momentum. The inside line's kind of falling apart. They need to get those cars tightened up. As you see the 43 go ahead and drop to the bottom.
Maintaining that momentum and generating that speed you need to go ahead and try to make a pass. Chris Davis, as you know,
Yellow, yellow, yellow.
Look at Hewitt, baby. Back here, back.
These drivers do have one fast repair. However, you don't want to see a caution this early. You don't want to put yourself behind the 8 ball. It's early in the going, folks. But nonetheless, we're going to have our first caution on the evening.
I'm not exactly sure who it was back there. Somebody.
Barry Fairman here. He's getting loaded up. He almost got a piece of the flatlands there. As go ahead and catch the iRacing.com pace car. No surprise out of Fort Myers. Brian Chu is going to lead this piece as we pick up our first official caution for incident on the, or was it, fellas? Because I'm looking here at the black box, and I'm not getting indication that there was an incident on the racetrack.
Yeah, that's the confusing part for me because I've not got an indication either, and I'm not seeing anything. So there may have been something we missed. Maybe somebody just spun it around or something, Matt, and got back going.
Right. But however, even if you come to a stop out there on the racetrack, Matt, it's going to give us some type of an inkling. And in fact, to combat that, we're running two different pieces of software here. You're running one and I'm running a different one just to kind of double up and make sure we don't miss it. And both of our alert systems are not going off at this one. So that's rather interesting.
Yeah, our alerts are not alerting, if you will. I'm going to say, without knowing, somebody may have had an issue and maybe come to a stop.
As that iRacing.com pace car does pick up the field. Give these drivers a chance to refocus, catch their breath. You know, Chris Davis, as a driver, this is the last thing you want to see, right? All the anticipation building up to this race. You want to get under green flag action and you want to get into that rhythm. The one way to break that and throw even more fuel on the fire, throw a caution flag out there right off the get.
It is. It's kind of frustrating because you just, like you said, you're built up this whole day just waiting to go, waiting to get out there with your teammates, make things happen, and then you're having to pace around. So that's the last thing these guys really want to do, especially on lap 2. So they're going to be looking to get a long run in here. The way it was kind of settling out, I think most teams are going to start kind of trying to find a spot to ride, not get too antsy, but then again, I've been proven wrong many times.
You know, Chris, I do think, though, the amount of cars out here does change the way that pack momentum and aero package and everything works. There's not many times that you're going to see 48 cars, now with one in pit road 47, as Aiden has manually disconnected. So Aiden is done for tonight. So that's going to leave us 47 race cars. 2 of those on pit road. Right now, that's Hunter Cole and Craig coming off of pit road. Maybe a little bit of damage on Hunter from something there. Not sure what from. But they're going to attend to that race car. And that does leave about, 46, 45 in this lead pack.
That is correct. And I'm, assuming that these cars had damage, that could have been the culprit out there on the racetrack, as 62 actually still in his pits. Remember, these drivers do have one fast repair in their back pocket, however, probably don't want to go ahead and utilize that race since we're going the distance here on Redline Racing Network. Brian Chu commands over Justin Barkley, Chris Bishop, Ryan Boogie, and James Bowles. That's your top 5 as they run right now. Notice, you're seeing the Toyota Performance, the TRD machines at the front, Chris. This is a fixed setup league. In your opinion, does one manufacturer have an advantage over the other, or are these cars as even as you can possibly get in that fixed setup configuration?
I'm going to be a little biased here. I run a Toyota, so I want to say they've got a little bit of advantage, but in reality, no. They're all about the same. It's really your teammates, that second, that third car, how good they can push, how well you guys can maneuver through the field, and just really making sure that you guys stay hooked up. With the Toyotas, they're going to work together. The Chevys are going to work together. And if you can get a group of those going, then you're going to be fast.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Matt.
Actually, there, Chris, this is total anecdotal evidence, but I have a theory that the hitbox there on the Ford's front end just a little bit easier to push with, in my opinion.
That is the case on some of them, yes. I have noticed being in a Toyota that there are other manufacturers that if you try to push them, they'll skate across your nose a little bit, to where, like you said, some of the others, they just line up perfect, and you're able to push real good. So we'll see if that plays a factor in today.
Absolutely, fellas. All great points there. Me personally, I love the Toyota here with the current configuration with this new drafting package. And let's not forget, this drafting package had a major overhaul not long ago as the lights do go out on that iRacing.com pace car, which means this time by, we are getting back to the good part here at Daytona. Racked and stacked side by side. Fast and Furious about to uncork itself once again as we get rid of that iRacing.com pace car. Matt J, go ahead, take the honors on this one as Brian Chu leads him back to green.
Green.
All right, he'll come up through the gears, push the pedal through the floorboard, and we're rolling forward. But look at that outside lane. Big shove there, getting Q right down. That JGR car going to grab the lead SUV machine. That team right behind him, another JGR car as well. He'll break out on the bottom line. Butler heading out of two. Chris, that bottom line doing exactly what you need to do.
Yeah, he's talked about, and that top line is not put together. As you can see going down the back stretch here, they're just kind of falling apart.
Man, they're falling apart faster than a Domino's pizza on a hot day. Matt, don't look now, but we're way back here around 20 seconds. We got them 3 wide, bud.
It's okay to three-way at Daytona. Oh my goodness. Benson Roswell says it's okay to go ahead and do so, but these drivers looking to realize that doing this one is single wide back 2 by 2. Wait, some Fast and Furious action. Roswell really running up in second position. However, he is up 13 positions. However, the leader of the race. Don't look now, but it is Emily Urias up 22 positions. Remember, she started outside the top 4. Not anymore. She is on pace, and she is quickly after come to the front, and they are still Fast and Furious back here. Look at that gaggle of cars. Now 3 wide. Someone stuck in the sucker hole there. That was not a good thing. That boy either get to the bottom or get to the top. He is stuck in the sucker hole, and that is quick to the back of the field. Quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Yeah, that's not what you want.
Ooh, check this out, fellas. Get skinny boys. Angel Hernandez on the outside, ripping the top of the fishbowl, top shelf for Mama Hides the cookies, and he is still there, just outside the 10 machine. A little Toyota Chevrolet action. He's trying to get hooked up there with the 16. You know what? I don't know about this. You can pull this off, Chris Davis, as you know, but I'm not sure I like 3 lanes here of all-out trench warfare on the racetrack this early on, but these boys, they are dialing it up right now.
Yeah, you can hear it on the radios already. People are starting to get a little frustrated with other drivers. You know, everybody's wanting to kind of push, get that top lane moving, but you also start getting yourself in a lot of situations that you may not want to be in here on lap 9. So we'll see if they can get it going, or if they're going to have to drop down and find a spot in that bottom lane.
Yeah.
Look at this view. Sorry to cut you off there from the GoPro camera of the 45 of Hernandez. Look at these cars, almost 200 miles an hour. Now Steven Sears going to get poked and no stroke down the outside of the racetrack. They're going to send him to the top shelf. Here comes the 12. He's going to try to get sprinty. Harry Potter trying to use some magic here early, talking about Christian Delgado. What you don't want to be. However, he seems to be vibing and thriving there in the middle. Not my cup of tea, but he's making it work at least for right now. The spark out of
behind him.
They did not want to settle down at all. The second that top 10 started going, the back half of the field, they're going 3 wide for, what is that, 3-4 rows now?
Yeah.
Oh, man, they are dancing everywhere.
Oh, big stack up around 24th, Matt. They're stacking up hard, Chris.
Big stack up here,
Yeah.
right in the hornet's nest, right where you expect it to be at Daytona. And these guys are showing no sign of lifting. I mean, everyone has got their foot in it to win it on lap 11 right now. Big time, moving the boards in the the racetrack. He sees the run coming. That may have been just a tick too soon, though, because it looks like that 34, once he gets to the back, is going to have a big-time run, and he better hold that wheel straight. Nicely
you see a lot
done.
of cooperation out of them. As soon as they got to that car, everybody started calling check up, and they allowed him to not just hit them with full force and cause a wreck right there.
But look what that has done. Oh, almost contact there. The 36 almost gets yeeted. He's still on the nose of that Camaro.
That could have been bad. Somehow he didn't get yeeted into next week. He just about got yeeted plumb over to Ocala over the shaking state.
Over the shaken stake. That was Code Brown. That was Code Everything. Chris Davis, I don't think you can get that much closer to somebody that offset without sending off a nuclear bomb, but yet here we are. That was incredible.
Yeah, that just shows the talent of these guys, you know, to be able to get that close, have somebody bobble, and not run them over. That's just sheer talent on these guys.
If you're curious about what's going up at the front, these guys have gotten strung out. In fact, more strung out than another here at Daytona is it's being led by Brian Chu, Justin Barkley up 4 spots, and Chris Bishop, Charles Robinson round out your top 5. But these guys have really what you expect them to do. They understand you have to survive and be alive. You can't win it on lap 1. You have to have a car that can compete on lap 199. And how do you do that? How do you mitigate this on the racetrack? You get single file, just like these top 10 cars or so are doing. In fact, Chris Otto up inside the top 10 now. He's cracked up 19 positions to the good. In fact, top 10 that doing that number 7 machine parked by Eric Jorgensen. All single file, 2 by 2, side by side. For Chris Davis, these top 10, top 12 cars, they understand what they're up against, and they're applying that logic here early.
Yeah, if they keep going the way they are, they may get a little breakaway from that free race all the way up to the stage. You know, that's worth a lot right there, where this doesn't 10 laps and not have to worry about the rest of the pack.
Out of sight, out of mind. Go ahead.
Think about the 25th here tonight. Normally rear the field. That's about 50.
That is something to wrap your head around, isn't it? I'm still having a hard time understanding how to stay out here in competition. I'll tell you what else is wild. How about Michael Half-Leaderson? We have some international stars in this field. iSNF famous for it. In fact, I don't know how Rhea Ferris gets this many drivers to show up. It's a special skill set she has. I mean, she's even able to get some high-powered local female drivers in the field. 2 of them today. One of them being Emily Urias, who I have over at SRM, and she's even turned the wick up early. But here we are once again, 3 wide in the 45, right there in the middle. He's in the Oreo sandwich between the 10 and the 13.
So hard to go with when you're in that sandwich. Keep that car straight. That's not easy at all.
Not to cut you off, someone there a little bit of self-inflicted comedy as we are on the top shelf of the racetrack. Nope, wasn't in this pack of race cars. Was that Rhea Ferris that went up there and tagged the fence? It was. Out of Cleveland, Ohio. She went up there and had a speed hit with the fence fence. Now she's going to turn it down to the bottom of the racetrack. But, you know, Chris Davis, this race car here, this composite body, it's not like the car of the old. It can take a beating, and you don't pay a premium like you used to, should you get up there.
Yeah, it does a really good job. You can scrape the wall, you know, as long as you're not hitting it head on or with that right front fender super hard. If you hit it even, you're able to just skate on, pull it off the wall. As long as you don't hit nobody else, it's pretty golden here.
So we got a slow car here at the top shelf of the racetrack. This could get ugly. This is what you get when you're a leader.
Oh boy.
Get skinny. Doing a great job this Redline, literally. So far, so good. Keep it on going, boys. Amazing. Absolutely incredible.
The 8 car had to check up there big, though, but he made it work.
That may have
Wow.
been the don't stay in the ride, use tide
Oh,
moment up the race.
yellow
Oh,
flag
we
is
got a
out.
caution. Trouble on the racetrack.
That car spinning down the 34 round.
Oh, you hate to see that for the number 34 machine. Larry Fairman. There he is right there. That Ford don't look too bad, though. Let's go ahead and...
Oh, no.
Steven
So it
Sear...
looks like the 36 comes down, gets tagged by another car, and that just sets off a chain reaction incident.
Oh, that is just horrible.
Go down the back straightaway. I think he's still wrong. Back gone.
There we go. Let's go ahead and take a look at this on the Redline Racing Network instant replay. And right here, you can already see you got the 36 pointing in the wrong direction. Let's go ahead. We're going to take manual control, go VHS mode here. Let's roll it back. We're going to take a first look at this at quarter speed. Let's send it up to the eye in the sky. See what the chopper cam picked up.
And don't that now Eugene back here in the back in the 66, he was just about completely woed up and got ran over trying to get stopped.
It looked like the 36 took a big one in the business end of that race car that got him upset, but let's take another look at this. And again, this was that quarter speed playback. Let's go ahead and call that back. But you can see just when you have this many cars on the racetrack, okay, see, someone's going to try to shave about 5 inches off the 36, and it's not going to work. Something's going to have to give in this situation here. Watch what happens. He's going to think he's got a run here. He's going to want to try to use this run. And he's going to try to stick it in a hole where he can't fit his head in there. And boom goes the dynamite. And we have multiple wounded and tore up race cars. Oh, look at the 5 ride come in there and just serve up a decleater. Sear had nowhere to go. Let's take a look at this now from Larry Feynman's view. Remember, one of the first cars you called up here, Matt. Let's go ahead and jump on board with the 34. You can already see where there's smoke, there's calamity on the racetrack, and again, we're going to keep this at quarter speed playback. There's nowhere you can go. I mean, Larry did a great job there. I don't know if he got yeeted down the racetrack, but then what happens? He gets set right back up into harm's way. He goes up there, high fives the fence. He should be okay, though.
I think he's going to be just fine there. But again, they got that one fast repair. I know you don't want to use it early, but you may have to, man. You may have to use that fast repair right now.
You may have to, or do you play the Game of Thrones of iRacing? Do you try to, stay on the lead lap? Perhaps you lose the draft, and I've had success doing that. Sometimes it bites you in the rear end as well. We're going to take one more look at this from the 5 ride, because this has got to be, he had front row tickets to this one. Let's just be honest here. Let's get up close and personal with Steven Sear. You're on board at full speed. Let's do this. Oh, the apron, the flatlands redirected him face first. What
the heck?
That is horrible luck for the 5 ride. Are you kidding me?
That is the worst feeling in the world. It's when you're coming to a stop thinking, okay, I've got this missed. We're not going to have any issues. And then you get hit from behind and then, like you said, redirected from the apron right up into the other car.
You couldn't have timed that any better if you tried. That's just horrible luck here. But, Chris Davis, that's what it takes here at Daytona. There's a crowd of people, a handful of them, that say there's no skill at super speedways. I'm sure you've heard that before. I like to disagree. I think it takes a lot of skill, a lot of finesse. If you want to turn those highly competitive lap times here, to do that, you got to have a lot of help. So you have to understand how to utilize the draft, how to work with a group of race cars. On the other side, though, let's talk about both sides of this. Chris Davis, you have a ton of experience in this race car. with laps logged at Daytona, Talladega. What are some of the intricacies? What separates the good from the elite when it comes to plate racing in the next gen?
Really, it's you see the greats that are able to push, able to lead, but they're also watching each line. They're timing their runs. They're able to pick and choose. They can come from the back to the front, drop back to the back, come back to the front. It's really just knowing the car, what it's capable of. You know, I disagree with those guys who say there's not a lot of skill to it, because you always see the fast ones at plate tracks at the front.
Absolutely. Well said, Matt J. Those lights are out on that iRacing.com pace car so quickly. We're going back to business side of things. Next time by, or this time by, excuse me. Time to
All right, everybody, get on your feet. Put them popcorn bags down. We're going green here tonight. Ready, pick up the keys. We're back underway here tonight. Let's jump back to the car.
5 and alive in the front rows. That whole field. And we all went to the
We do have.
You just had to say it, didn't you, Biscuit? Mr. Toyota. You got to do that. I mean, it happens in real life. You got to work with your friends. You got to work with your battle buddies. You cannot do this as a You just can't. It cannot be done in the Toyotas. 2, Robertson, Charles Barkley. 1, 2, 3. But look at the high lane. Look at the Fords up there trying to get up here and spoil the action. A little bit racked and stacked, a little bit better to try and come up here and match the performance of Justin Barkley and company. Because right now, let's go ahead and look at the real-time speed. Off into the corner, 188 miles an hour. Davis, let's see what we do here on the straightaway.
We're looking at 191, 192 for some of those cars, so
190.
And I think you can see speeds higher than that, Chris, especially when you get those bumpers blocked on these race cars later on. But still, we are flirting with 200 miles an hour. This can happen quick, fast, and in a hurry. So go ahead and go ahead.
Berger was all over the place in turn 3. He had a car locked to his bumper. He never dropped below 193 mile an hour. That car straight. Again,
I agree with you. As a former Ford driver myself, particularly the old nose of this race car, that was a thing of beauty. Now, I'll be honest, as much as I like my new-age Ford Mustangs, the new ones I'm not fans of. Oh, the 54! How are you kidding me? How did he save that race car that had disaster written all over it? Somebody scrape me off the floor.
that was like some Final Destination stuff right there.
Out of my head. Guys, I'm sorry we're live right now, but we're grabbing the rewind button on this one. This is just stupid. I don't have any words to describe it.
It literally registered as an accident on my overlay.
Same here. Let's go ahead and we're going to try to get a little bit up close and personal to this one here. Keep your eye on the 54. This is just nuts.
For reference, Mettler, they're doing 195 when this happens.
195 miles an hour. And watch this stunt, this magic trick out of the 54 of Angel Hernandez. I have no idea. It shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't be. You shouldn't be allowed to do that. As we now go back to the live side of things.
And they just about got wrecked again as you went back live back here in the pack.
The 45 again?
The 54 is going to be throwing his hands out the window with a white flag here in a minute.
Went from the top 10 to 22nd place off of that little fiasco.
Think about that. The top 10 with a little fiasco. That's how important momentum is in this next-gen car. Once you lose it, it's hard to get it back. And that's why we see drivers force the issues at times, especially if you're fortunate enough to get a run. Chris Davis, you know, you get a run, what do you want to do? You want to be able to use it. Sometimes you can't. Wear on you as a driver.
It gets frustrating, you know, when you have a fast car and nobody wants to go with you, or you're surrounded by teammates and you can't do nothing with them. There's times you start beating the back bumper off and you don't know what else to do.
Speaking of beating the back bumper off, you're on board with
Yellow flag is out.
caution's out. Caution's out on the racetrack. The minute we go on board, I'm telling you, the broadcasters curse at times is alive and well. Let's see what went down on the racetrack.
Well, on my system.
And again, pardon us in the broadcast, but this is a lot more cars than we're accustomed to dealing with. And our black boxes, they have so much information speedstering through them. It's rather, I don't want to say difficult, but it's a little trickier than usual to try to find out exactly where the trouble lies. And I believe it involved Daniel Solo here. Solo Cup, I crush you up. No, not really. Any Toby Keith fans in the house? Watch the number 10 here. Let's see what went wrong for him as we go ahead and roll playback here on the Redline Racing Network Instant Replay. If it doesn't work once, kick it in the pants and try it again. Let's try it now. There we go. In the middle, right where you don't want to be. Oh, look at that car get a little bit of death wobble. Did he just get loose all by himself? What?
You know, I believe so.
Davis, you got to see this. This one is even wilder than what the save on the 45 going Houdini mode.
Yeah, that is just crazy.
Daniel Solo is a good driver. He's been in this series for quite some time. And this car is just going to go full-blown evil on him, like red-headed stepchild mode, folks. Watch this. It's just going to get loose on him. Watch him chase the race car up the hill. You see look at this. The car just takes off. He's got it. No, he got it again. He saves it once, saves it twice. Now it's doing the slide for life. Overcorrects it and uncorks a howitzer into the back of the 4 machine. Collects the 16. He's going to go full frontal lobotomy on that Camaro.
That was insane.
And then you can't park there going the wrong way at top shelf of the racetrack. Did that just really happen?
I think so.
I got to see this one more time from on board. I mean, this isn't supposed to happen, right, Chris Davis? Is this a thing with the new update?
With the new aero package, there are times that just the car can be very unpredictable. When he pulls down from that top lane behind that other car and crosses that seam, for some reason, sometimes these cars step out. There's no really explaining it. I talk to drivers out there, and it just happens. And then, unfortunately, the car snaps hard right when that happens, and basically it's end of your day right there.
All right, folks, so we're on board, and thank you for that update, Chris Davis. And I didn't know that was a thing, but apparently this is something with the most recent update to the next-gen car. In certain situations, keep an eye on the steering wheel here. Just below the information display, you see that red line on that steering wheel? That's the centering line. So watch the movement on this thing from right to left as we go ahead and take a look at this at full speed. No idea it was coming. And in the blink of an eye, he's holding on for a ride, and that should be a case where he may have to use an Insta-fix, as the front of that Camaro has seen better days, as we're under caution here. The second time for cause, iSNF, Daytona 500, Redline Racing Network. Matt Mettler, Matt Shea, Chris Davis, up in the Coach Pass Memorial broadcast booth. Who's now cycled back to the live side of things.
Now, this but with the yellows, we're having something in 4 hours and 30 minutes. We're already about 20 minutes into that.
Matt,
So
get out of
that
my
could play
head.
a factor.
Absolutely can play a factor. Remember, this is a long way around this racetrack, fellas. I mean, we're not talking, a half-mile racetrack, or you're not talking Loudon. We're not talking Martinsville, the paperclip. We're at Daytona. Pacing around this place is over 2 minutes, about 2 minutes and 6 seconds. Last time by under caution or yellow flag scenarios here on the racetrack. That's going to severely eat into the amount of time we have available as those lights go back out on the iRacing.com pace car. What do you say we go ahead and crank it up on this one?
Let's do it.
All right, folks, go ahead, grab that dial at home. Go ahead and crank her on up to 1,000 with us right here on Redline Racing Network. Let's jump on board with Chris Otto for the restart as we go ahead and go all out here on Redline. As we got the big one at Daytona. Multiple cars involved. A smoke scene, a smoke show like something out of a movie.
Wow.
I did not see that one coming.
Oh, one car got tipped out of line and lay in the grass. 12 just ran over and it just triggered chaos.
So someone got set John Deere mode and it happened from there.
Yes, sir.
Looks like Craig tried to get to that bottom line and just wasn't quite clear yet. Got pushed off into the grass and.
Well, from this view already here, the 77 is where he shouldn't be. I mean, unless he's down there trying to do some landscaping. He's off the flatlands. He's in the infield abyss already. So let's go ahead and grab that powers that be. Just let's wind this thing back here just a little bit so we can tell the story just a little bit better here.
I mean, I will give him credit. The 12 car got turned sideways. Roof flaps, though, did its job, kept the car on the ground.
That's a plus. We know in recent times that has not been the case. Keep your eye on the 12. That is Delgado. Oh. I mean, it popped off in front of him. And it's not where the fuse gets lit, it's where the bomb goes off. And unfortunately, the bomb, being Delgado, went off right in front of him. And that's going to uncork a pretty decent-sized event here as far as cars go. Multiple cars involved. Most cars we've seen involved in an incident thus far.
Yeah, but I think that goes back to the amount of cars we have, Matt. I mean, if something pops off, it's just, nowhere to go.
Well, that's just it. If we are at Talladega, that place is as fast as it is wide. Here at Daytona, you still have the same speeds, but you don't have as much real estate. You don't have the escape routes. You get a couple cars spun sideways, some smoke in the air, and from that point in time, it's a guessing game. You might as well buy a scratch-off ticket if you're going to get through it or not. Is that fair to say, Chris Davis, as we go ahead and take a look at this one more time?
Yeah, it's just like we talked about, missing that big one, luck of the game. One thing that I want to say here is watching Taylor Butcher in the 17 car. He took several race cars to the face there. I mean, there was no missing it for him.
Right.
I love it.
We'll put this in terms you understand, Matt. You ready?
I'm ready.
This is like trying to fit like 10 girls on one stage.
Talking about my professional job. That's right. You can only fit so many on one pole, right?
Yep, 10 ain't gonna work. I mean, it might be interesting to watch, but it's gonna fail miserably.
It will fail miserably. I can promise you that. Is Chris Davis going ahead and pulling out one of Tony Trapasso's lines right there? I love it. In case you guys didn't know, Tony and I used to call a league that Chris Davis runs in, and he's going ahead and going off the theme and pulling some of his lines out of the hat and caught me a little off guard there, and I love it. But under caution here at Daytona, I know I appreciate that. I'm sure Tony appreciates it. I know Rhea appreciates it. As we got to go ahead, Matt.
And then you got me over here going way off in the left field.
Way off of left field, but hey, that's why you're the dodo, and I'm the pterodactyl, and I'm not sure exactly what that means, but that's the name you've given me, and you run with it, and I accept it. But I'm still trying to figure out like what the superpowers of the pterodactyl. I haven't really figured it out yet.
Come to you.
I'm sure it'll come to you one of these days.
We just got to give Davis one of them cool nicknames.
He's got one. He's the biscuit.
But he needs to be no. If you're the pterodactyl and I'm the dodo, then he can be the T-Rex biscuit.
The T-Rex biscuit. I got one. How about Big Bird?
There we go.
He's not going to show you how to get to Sesame Street, though. In this case, Victory Lane. I promise you that, so don't ask him.
He's more like Mr. Rogers.
We have a Mr. Rogers, believe it or not. Sean Rockin' Rogers, and Chris will save that story for another time, perhaps later in this race. However, we are under caution from Daytona. We'll step aside, pay some bills. We'll be back with all the high-flying, high-octane racing action. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. You got it locked on Redline Racing Network. Cutting Howard out of commercial break is caution back out on the racetrack. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to Redline Racing Network, iSNF. Out there on the racetrack, season opener here from the Big House in Daytona. And boys, the fireworks have popped off yet again. Off the restart is Chris Otto, up 26 positions for out of Wisconsin. We'll get to that in a minute. Fellas, they say cautions breed cautions, and that could be currently what's breaking down and transpiring out there on the racetrack. Getting a report here that Giberson may have been involved, but I almost think that was from the last incident. But nonetheless, let's go ahead and see if that's the case here. Christian Delgado also being mentioned is that iRacing.com pace car now carries the torch, leads the field, and that is exactly what that was. That's going back to the last incident before we cut away to commercial break. So let's go ahead, come back to the live side of things. And we'll give let's go ahead, bring back in the Dodo Bird and Biscuit, Chris Davis. Gentlemen, want to thank you boys for joining me here on the broadcast this afternoon into evening. Could not do it without you. Matt J., I know you've been really paying attention to the session time here. What does this do now? The more cautions we have, we run a big risk now of not being able to get this race in. Is that what you're saying?
We're getting close to being in trouble, right? Right? Like, you get to the point where you don't know. And right now we're 36 laps in and pushing almost an hour of this race. We'll do the math. If we stay at this route 2 hours at about 70 laps, at that point, if we don't pick up the pace, no, we will not get this race in.
Good information there, Matt. Great intel. We'll keep an eye on that for you. Chris Davis, our in-house next-gen performance expert in the booth tonight. Chris, what have you seen thus far? Anything that you're paying close attention to on these next gens at this point in time of the race?
Yeah, I mean, we've watched two cars, Cody McCorkle and the 10 car, both get really loose being pushed on that outside and just snapping free. So kind of watching that, kind of watching to see how this bottom line continues just to be the strong way around the track.
And
we'll see if we can get anybody up there.
And as you and I know, typically the outside lane is where you want to be, especially deeper into this race. That's where you see the momentum. That's where you see the conveyor belt to the front, but that really hasn't materialized thus far.
No, nobody's really wanted to get up there and push. You know, we'll see a few cars kind of get up there, and then somebody will jump in front of them, and it completely kills that whole outside lane. So it's really weird to see Daytona not have an outside lane that's strong. But I have a feeling here in the next probably 5 to 10 laps, we're going to see a lot of people start pushing, try to get up there for the stage points, and see if they can't get it going.
You know, that's a great point, Chris Davis. You know, NASCAR wanted to do something to create some excitement, some emotion during the race. And how do you do that? Well, you incorporate stage racing. Some people love it. Some people hate it. However, you're going to see it pick up another octave here, another level, as we get closer and closer to the end of stage one, as those lights go out on the iRacing.com pace car, which means it's the calm before the storm. It's like being in the middle of a Category 5 hurricane right in the eye. All is calm, not for long. As this pace car takes us now out of the turns 1 and 2 complex, rolling down the backstretch. Chris Otto in that number 6 machine. He has made his way up 26 positions. How about Brock Hawkins in the RCR number 3 up 38? Emily Urias in the 78 machine out of Newton, Iowa has gone supernova. The last I seen Emily Urias race, it wasn't to this level. This woman clearly has elevated her game. Keep your eye on that 78 hitch and go machine. This woman means business. just outside of the top 5, knocking on the back door as she sits in P6. Iskandar in the 1. Sometimes he could be the master of your iRacing disaster as he was to me last year, but so far he's kept it clean inside the top 10 in that 9th place position as that field now comes out of the turns 3 and 4 complex. Matty J, go ahead. Take us back to green, brother. You've been vibing with those restarts. I'll kick it over to you.
Yes, sir. Get ready to hit the Red Bull button, hit the gas pedal, and call my mama and tell her we are rolling in Daytona. That's from the Ford through the Geico restart box, because we all know we need the insurance here today. Back up to green. Jacob's going to get back up through it. Nice job through that sequential gearbox. Jamming through 3rd, now into 4th gear. He'll be 5th gear by the time we hit the back straightaway.
And look at this traffic jam of cars as we get back up to speed here at Daytona as you are on board with the 99. Chris Otto going to use a little razzle-dazzle, and he's going to lead here. Working lap 39 as a scheduled 200 on Redline Racing Network. Look at the push from the 99 all over the back bumper of the 6. And Chris, there's that push, there's the shove, and look at the momentum. And another caution on the racetrack. Just as it was getting good in the neighborhood up at front. Go ahead, Matty Matt.
The 66 got UPS shipped to the grass.
That's not good. That'd be Eugene.
Oh, Eugene goes, bye-bye.
Oh, and that, wow. Well, that Dr. Feelgood on that Chevrolet, that's not supposed to be pointing in that direction. I know that much.
I'm pretty sure the Arkansas State Police would be proud of that pit maneuver.
You know, and I want to apologize to you guys. Every time we try to apply the SDK override file to this, which Rhea worked so hard on to prepare, it breaks timing and scoring. It just stops working on me. It freezes up. I try to apply it during the commercial break, and I lose timing and scoring. So I want to apologize for that. There's a lot of different pieces of software that have to work kind of in harmony to make these broadcasts happen. And if one piece, for whatever reason, decides it wants to get an attitude, it kind of, well, it scrubs everything. So unfortunately, we're having to run without that right now. But nonetheless, under caution here at Daytona for an incident on the restart. And once again,
that is unfortunate here. You know, again, you just try to get in a rhythm if you're these guys. Chris, how bad does it hurt you if you can't get in a rhythm?
For me, it kills me. I am such a rhythm driver. Like, if we're pacing the whole time, I'm getting frustrated. I'm getting mad. You know, I just like to get out there and do what we need to do. So, for all these guys, it sounds like on the radio that they're starting to get frustrated with cautions as well. So it just kind of keeps amping up, and unfortunately, the more frustrated they get, the more cautions we're going to have.
Oh my gosh, if y'all could see, I know you're at home and they can't see it that way, and it's, they don't need to see it, but Rhea's race control message is hilarious. That's great.
Speaking of rhythm, we're going to listen to a song, some background music. Why not? I'll just talk about rhythm. Let's throw it back to the 90s, Corona, the rhythm of the night, while we're under this caution sequence. And oh my goodness, race control is alive and well. That is something.
Hey.
Matt, she almost KO'd you with that one, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
Under caution here at Daytona.
All right.
Why not a little bit of the rhythm of the night? Come on. I had to throw that in there. We're talking about rhythm. I'm a DJ. I had to do that. I can't help myself. Sometimes, you know, you just got to poke the bear. You just got to execute when you're a DJ. And that was one of those moments there. Let's check in with the YouTube.com live chat, already generating a good amount of traction here for a mid-afternoon race. Want to thank all of you for stopping in. If you want to support the cause, smash the like button, ring the bell. That way you'll get notified each and every time Redline Racing Network is bringing you all the high-flying, high-octane racing action. You won't miss a thing. The YouTube.com live chat popping off. Emily Uriah says, you sound familiar. That hurts my feelings. I thought we had a better friendship than that, but I can debate that later. However, in typical Emily fashion, also, music is way too loud. Thank you for that. We'll go ahead and turn that down. If you got a favorite driver, go ahead, sound off. Let us know who you're rooting for. We'll get you some screen time. We'll shout you out and get your favorite driver some extended airtime as well right here on Redline Racing Network as we still try to get this one sorted out, guys. Lights still on the iRacing.com pace car.
So you want to hear something funny, Mettler?
Hit me.
You can take the broadcaster and put him in a race car, but you can't take the broadcaster out of the race car driver.
Did you come up with that all by yourself?
Yes. I'm quite proud of myself, okay?
There he goes. Chris Otto has this field racked and stacked, ready to rock and roll once again. Fellas, the last time we tried to do an all-out, wide-open coverage restart, we had to scrub it because that yellow ugly flag flew. We're going to try to do it again right here. So, folks at home, go ahead, grab the dial, crank it up to 1,000. We're about to let it rip Tater Chip, Cletus McFarland style, on the audio digital airwaves here when we go back to green flag racing. We're going to send you down trackside with Chris Otto on the restart and listen to these glorious V8s come to life right here on Redline Racing Network.
Yeah, brother.
Once again, off of the all-out restart, we go, as Matty J just said, big are the only words he could muster. And Matt, I'm assuming that was a big one.
And everybody goes to chaos land. So again, the outside line Mettler, somebody tried to shove, and it just didn't work. Car got free.
Someone tried to... Someone tried to hit the old 50 shot of nitrous and it didn't work.
Yeah, Alyssa got skipped into next year.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Another one. Those fierce female competitors in the field this afternoon. And from the looks of it, she may have got yeeted. Pafledison's in the pits in the 16. He's had a rough go of it here in the early going.
Well,
waiting for this black box to update, fellas. I'm telling you. I mean, it is still going berserk.
Well, I do know Otto's leading this thing, but I hate it for Alyssa.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. We're going to try to get to that just here in a minute as try to get this one sorted out. And again, it is just evil right now. far as the black box is concerned. Let's go ahead and do this. That should help stabilize it. We're going to change that. Let's go ahead and send it back topside. As you mentioned, Chris Otto currently leading out of Green Bay, Wisconsin. As things calm down, iRacing.com pace car carries the torch here at Daytona. Still trying to get to the end of the first stage as we try to uncluster that big-time moment, or incident, I should say, that happened while we were all out wide open coverage.
Out of Green Bay, Wisconsin. I had to do it.
All right, I got it, boys. Here we go. So you mentioned Alyssa. Now keep in mind, this is coming back up to speed. The field coming out of the turns 3 and 4 complex. You're going to go back to the eye in the sky again here. That's not the eye in the sky, but we're going to roll with it. Oh, 3 wide there. Someone's going to come down and bonk the 11. Is that Chu? Oh, Chu got a bite taken out of him by the competition. And that always happens to Chu. He's one of the best plate racers in this field, and he gets... Well, I'm going to keep my opinions to myself right now because that's upsetting. You know, he is a darn good plate racer. I got a ton of respect for that guy. We're going to go ahead and take a look at this one more time. Actually, a couple more times.
Unfortunately, man, Brian the Blue Chew just came out.
The Blue Chew. He's probably not going to like that one, but hey, you never know. Hey, it's 2025. You know, Blue Chew is cool. That's the in thing, you know. You say that back when Mark Martin had it on his race car. Don't say that. Don't look at that race car. It's funny how times change, you know. You mentioned it, people laughed at you. Go out with your friends. Hey.
Look at it this way, Matt Mettler. We're only 1 hour, 4 minutes into this broadcast, and I'm completely off the rails already.
That's what I'm worried about. You're off the rails like this field. Matt, could you help me out here? Alyssa, what number is her car, please? 50, I got it. I'm going to try to manually help this along here. There we go. Keep your eye on the 50.
Yeah. That would be the 50 machine of hers.
It's going to be a push gone wrong. A push gone wrong?
Just got shoved, and it just didn't work.
And watch
Didn't mean
this.
to cut you off there, buddy, but I'm just hopper as can be at this point.
Someone decided to uncork. The RPG is out of the top shelf of the racetrack. And unfortunately, the RPG being Alyssa. And watch this sequence of events. Watch the mayhem this uncorks at the front of this piece. So we're going to stop it right here. We're going to go on board with the 5-0. And my
5-0 got yeeted, yo.
The 5-0. Cameraman, I'm talking about the 5-0. If you can hear me loud and clear. We want to go to the onboard cockpit view of the 5-0. Thank you. Let's go ahead and roll the playback. Now, the first time we're going to do this at full speed. Full speed playback, boys. Well, remember, every 20 minutes, he gets a coffee break up there.
Green's out. Green flag. Green flag.
The only way you'd sign a contract
we
with
are going green live here.
As we now go back to the good part. Green flag back in the air, and Chris Otto leads them back to the business side of things here at Daytona. How about Emily Urias up to second place, up 42 positions. This woman is possessed right now, looking to drive out of the 78. Where is Dave Regal when you need him? He wouldn't believe me if I even tried to sell it to him. This is insane. I am lost for words. Where did Emily get this performance from? She is like a reincarnated woman out there, up 42 spots. Somebody get Dave Regal on the phone, like right now.
Somebody give her a Monster Energy sponsorship.
You know what? I don't want to invoke the broadcaster's curse out here. We know the force is strong with me when it comes to that, so we're going to talk about everyone but her. Chris Bishop, up inside the top 3. He is in the money. And then up another big move. Covers the goal. Rosa Roswell up 31 spots. He's now cracked the top 5, up 31 positions. How about Jacob with the 99 line? The sub. He is up 35 spots in the top 5. Chris Davis, who you got your eye on right now?
I'm kind of looking at Cody McCorkle. You know, we saw him have that issue earlier, but he's back up in the top 7. He's got a good chance. It seems like he's got a good car. Maybe made some adjustments on that last pit stop he made. Tighten the car up a little bit. See if he can't get to that number 1 spot.
He's certainly making the right moves right now. And sometimes, like you said, you got to have the right mojo. You got to have Lady Luck on your side. You got to have a little bit of help. And right now, it is gelling. It is vibing. And drivers like McCorkle, like Emily Riders, Chris Auto. Everyone virtually inside the top 10 right now. However, some drivers that are deep in this field, and I mean deep in the field, we still have, gentlemen, 42 cars out there on the racetrack. That is incredible. If you go back all the way to 41st position, this driver right here, the Wizard, Christian Delgado in the 12. Remember, he was a big factor in the It's Okay to 3-way at Daytona earlier on in this race. He's dialed it back a little bit. He's in a 3-car tandem, pulling the old trick out of the Tony Stewart textbook. Off the pace, but has some help behind him. He is trying to stay out of the mayhem, out of the calamity. And sometimes this logic here pays dividends. We're going to have to see if that works for Delgado, but for the time being, he is mired way, way back in 41st position. As we now send it back up to the mayhem. They're in that 25th place position. How about Jimmy Johnson, Matt J. I just spoke in third person. Matt J., what do you got on him?
He's doing a great job right now. Just keeping that car nice and calm, not making any mistakes.
You gotta talking about it pretty much for the last 50 laps at times. You cannot make mistakes. You have to try to be mistake-free as much as possible. Speaking about mistake-free, how about Francisco in the 36? Over the top time on the board just went purple of 45.66. Chris,
are you telling me he threw up a hot topic?
He threw up a hot topic, all right. A 45.66, Chris Davis. Not the fastest lap times we've seen, but in a fixed configuration, that's not a bad lap.
No, it's not, but I'm watching Danny Solo. He was turned around not too long ago, and he's coming to the front. He's taking them 3 wide up here on the front stretch now.
Trying to be the silent assassin as he's cracked back up inside of the top 10. And when that incident happened, when that Solo Cup got destroyed, I said, don't count him out. He could be in it to win it. Oh, look at that, the 2! Almost uncorked another nuclear bomb. How do you say that? What driving we've seen. You know, boys, we've seen some horrific accidents, but we've also seen some really great saves this race. There's another one right there.
I just killed Danny's run. I spoke about him and how he went straight to the back. Big checkups on the inside line there.
Welcome to the broadcaster's curse. That's exactly how that happens.
Yeah. See, the way this works, Seabiscuit, is like this. We talk about them, and then they go compound. That's how that works.
Well, I just need you guys to never say my name, man, in any of these races.
There's a reason. There's a reason, Chris.
That's when you're driving and random's coming out in front of you, it's probably our fault.
Look at that outside lane. Really gets a huge run out of 2.
Big time running the outside lane. They're getting the momentum built up now. You can see that as these cars get lean and mean. Nice, tight, and orderly. That's what it takes. It's a group effort to generate enough mojo, enough inertia. And just like that, there's the 45, or excuse me, that Monster Energy machine on the outside lane. That's the 54 of the Corporal. He's going to be great at cleaning that lap. Right on cue, Chris. You mentioned they got it lined up right, and look at the 45 in the outside lane, or the 54 come to right. first time this race as they are side by side, door to door. John Sports coming off of turn 22.
Side by side, door to door, sharing paint schemes out the door down the back straightaway right now, giving it all they've got. But the Seabiscuit right here with us, so they can't have that Seabiscuit in the 3.
Yeah, I mean, Cody kind of loses a little bit of ground on that outside, but I think as soon as he gets it kind of gathering back up, they're going to get a huge run coming down the front stretch. Oh, and one gets to the wall, and they're back to 3 wide.
Back to 3 wide. Outside wall. Boys, we can't make Daytona any wider now. Got to stay within the lane here as they work their way down into 1. From the pterodactyl into 1 and 2.
Hey, you can hijack it all you want, folks. It's all about team effort. Who's ever got the hot ham on the cobs, I'm all about it. But we got, oh, look at this hot dumpster fire getting ready to uncork. That was about 2 inches. Oh, my good Lord Jesus. That's about as close as you can get without passing. They send it off again. Oh, the Red Bull car almost got turned by a fellow Camaro. Was that a Team Red Bull car? Is that the 87? Jimmy Johnson. Oh, my. Jimmy Johnson with that 87 machine just about took off. Took a trip to Chili's off the nose of the 7. There it goes.
No!
In the words of Phil Collins, I can feel it coming in the air tonight. I knew it was going to go. I just didn't know when. The bomb goes off here at Daytona. Yellow flag is going to come back out. And yet we add another incident on the board, which could mean us not making it to the end of this one under scheduled time, as we're just going to hit the rewind button on this one. I mean, we had this one right in the camera lens for once. We caught this live on air. This all going to start. Watch this.
That was so big it broke my PC, homie. My
Watch
PC
this.
noped out on that one.
That makes 2 of us. Unfortunately, I was able to get it back. This is all going to start, I think, with the 24 trying to use some momentum here and make a lane change. I could be wrong. So let's go on board with the 24. Send it down trackside. There we go. The cockpit of the 24, please. Thank you. So we're on board. Now watch this. Going to go ahead and roll it. Slow it down.
Alive.
Now watch this. He's going to... I'm sorry. That was 3 cars in front of us. We were on board with Jimmy Johnson there.
Man, I believe that wreck was so big, 64 quarters couldn't keep up with that.
That's what I'm saying. Let's go ahead and widen this back out a little bit here. Watch the 24. He is just going to get turned down the racetrack. He's going to try to go from the bottom to the top, and I think when he pulled out, Chris, he lost too much momentum, and then he got sent packing back down to the flatlands, and there were some race cars there, and that's really what the catalyst was that set that one ablaze.
Yeah, to me, what it kind of looks like is when the 24 pulled out of the line there, he got a little too close to the 40. He let the wheel go to kind of drift up the track, and then that's when that car got loose, like we saw earlier with Cody McCorkle and Danny Solo, and it just come around. At that point, he was just along for the ride, and the rest of the field was coming.
Yeah, that's...
Man, I hate to say this, Matt, for the second time tonight, but man, so many people called a race car to the face.
A lot of faces being broken. A lot of drivers going to be pulling teeth out of the cockpits of these things for the next upcoming weeks, months, perhaps. And we're not even to the halfway point yet. And look at that car. He didn't have any help. It just took off on him. It just spun down the racetrack, and boom, shakalaka, in the words of NBA Jam. Here we go again.
Slam dunk.
It is a full-fledged parking lot of destroyed race cars here at Daytona. A lot of these fast repairs are being utilized. Remember, they only had one to start this race with, so some of these drivers are probably getting to the point or they don't have a fast repair. They don't have a backup option. So some of these drivers may start having to fix the damage in the pits, and that could really restructure and really reshape the field for the first time this race.
And Pterodactyl, I hate to say this, man, but as you know, we've got another show here tonight right on the Redline Racing Network. We don't get some laps in that Redline Racing jet that I got to take to get over there. We're going to be boogieing out of Daytona.
We'll worry about that should we have to fire the pilot. We will do so. And we'll get Chris Davis in there. He'll pour some 93 octane in that thing, and he'll get us there should we need it. But for right now, we'll just worry about the task at hand, and that is navigating through all 500 miles here, God willing, on Redline Racing Network as iSNF Cup Series opens their season. New beginnings right here from the big house in Daytona. Pace car out in front, gentlemen. We're going to step aside, take a commercial break. We'll be back with all the high-flying, high-octane action momentarily. Stick around.
Yeet.
Here at TWRS, we're always here to help our squad when they need a little push in the right direction. That's just who we are. We're a beautifully diverse group of goofballs dedicated to driving fake race cars as fast as possible. And we continue to push each other to the front using the power of nonsense. We have one of the strongest NASCAR programs on the service, and you can access it all for $24.99 a month. And we just released individual subscriptions for $14.99 a month for each NASCAR vehicle. We also just added a Rallycross program, and our IndyCar program is taking off as well. So come join the weird side. We have speed and cookies. Cookies are not included in some locations. Here at TWRS, we're always here to help our squad when they need a little push in the right direction. That's just who we are. We're a beautifully diverse group of goofballs dedicated to driving fake race cars as fast as possible. And we continue to push each other to the front using the power of nonsense. We have one of the strongest NASCAR programs on the service, and you can access it all for $24.99 a month. And we just released individual subscriptions for $14.99 a month for each NASCAR vehicle. We also just added a Rallycross program, and our IndyCar program is taking off as well. So come join the weird side. We have speed and cookies. Cookies are not included in some locations. Here at TWRS, we're always here to help our squad when they need a little push in the right direction. That's just who we are. We're a beautifully diverse group of goofballs dedicated to driving fake race cars as fast as possible. And we continue to push each other to the front using the power of nonsense. We have one of the strongest NASCAR programs on the service, and you can access it all for $24.99 a month. And we just released individual subscriptions for $14.99 a month for each NASCAR vehicle. We also just added a Rallycross program, and our IndyCar program is taking off as well. So come join the weird side. We have speed and cookies. Cookies are not included in some locations. Here at TWRS,
Joe's got to do pterodactyl dad duties for a minute, so I'm going to take the reins on this one. Uh-oh, everybody duck for cover. The little bird's got the reins. And Mr. Seabiscuit, as I predicted off air, back under yellow here tonight. I know he stepped away from the camera controls for just a minute, but I will talk everybody through radio style what happened in the rear of the field. Looks like the 34 there got kind of contacted, got turned oopsie doopsie sideways, and here we go. That's how that works. Man, that was unfortunate.
Yeah, we saw Larry up there pushing Emily on that top side. Unfortunately, he just kind of got pushed from behind. I don't know what happened, but pushed from behind and caused us to back up and then looped it around himself. So, unfortunate, but I'm sure we'll see him back up there before the end of this thing.
It's unfortunate, man, but that's absolutely unfortunate to your point. But there you have it.
And I do believe that's going to be stage right there, too. So we should see everybody coming down pit road, filling back up, and get set for stage 2.
Well, there you go. Yes, sir. All right, they'll roll back out onto the racetrack there. So yellow is out here, man. This is absolutely insane with what we're seeing here tonight in Davis. Cars getting turned sideways and everything else. What's your thoughts on the driver here going through all this?
You know, like I said earlier, it's a little bit frustrating, but it's also plain track racing. You're kind of get used to it. The only saving grace for a lot of these guys is they have that fast repair, which, you know, I'm going to assume that probably about 95% of the field may have already used that by now, because, man, we've had a lot of big wrecks. We've still got 37 cars on the lead lap, so
right.
It's still anybody's game out there, but I think for this stage 2, we got to see them kind of calm down, start actually just running some single file laps, try to get some laps actually turned, see what their cars are going to do, and just be able to finish the race. I mean, like you mentioned earlier, we're getting close on that time if they continue to do this, but eventually they're going to run out of that fast repair, and these cars are just going to be demolished, and they're not going to be out there at all. So.
Yeah, it's highly unfortunate. The wrecks we're having is insane tonight. It's insane in the membrane. So we'll get ready for this restart. Believe it or not, man, we are just clear of stage 1 with this yellow, and we're an hour and 30.
Yeah, that is just crazy for me. You never see a race go this long, especially as a driver. I mean, I imagine there's a lot of guys that have been sitting in this seat for, you know, an hour already. They're probably going to get up, run their back, usually stretch their legs a little bit, because you still got another probably 2 hours, 2.5 hours of racing if it keeps up with it.
We may have about 30 minutes to play with there.
And that's one thing that nobody ever wants to see. You never want to see a race in under the time limit. You always want to finish all the laps, have all the chances that you need, but like I said, there's a lot of aggression, there's a lot of talented drivers out here, but everybody's just kind of taking chances that don't really need to be took right now. Changing lanes, we saw that a few times, people clearing themselves off of somebody's nose, setting off these big reactions. You know, the unfortunate loose cars, that's a little understandable, but when you've got guys just clearing each other, when there's no need to yet, that's when you start seeing the tempers flare.
Yes, yes, sir. Question for you, Davis. In this scenario, how many times have you had time run out in one of your races?
Fortunately, I have only had that happen. I've been on iRacing for probably 3-4 years now, and I've only had that happen one time. So I've been pretty fortunate, but we may run into that again tonight.
All right, right now, coming back to green,
Green, green,
into the Geico restart zone. The field full of gunpowder and lead. Back up there. Got right on the top, about 10 race cars here. Nice work.
Get grouped up there, so we see that outside. The top 6 cars possibly going to clear that inside.
Yep, just barely. If they can get enough roll here to do it, they can get clear and get to the bottom, and they do for the most part here. And the guys believe Redline Racing Network on a hot and steamy Saturday in Florida. Right now, it's Caden Lowe, or Corbin Rowe, excuse me, leading the charge of race car down through Daytona Trial.
Yeah, you see Chris. He had to check up because the 36 car and jumped up there. They all had to check up, but that back stretch. We'll see if they can do anything going off into 3 here.
Look at the push by Jacob. I mean, you ain't kidding. 90.
This is where it gets a little dangerous. Jacob pushing hard through that corner. I know it's easy to do to get connected and just want to stay connected, but that's also where we see those front cars get a little bit loose, so they got to be real careful right here.
Wow, look at Jacob in the 99 ride. Shove it where the sun don't shine on the bottom lane. That was a big-time bold move. You know what else I've noticed, guys? The front of that 99, it's got pug face. The front of that Camaro is clear. So at some point in time of this race, because the front of that car should not look like that. However, it's still working for him, at least when he's in traffic.
And he is getting after it. Chandler's glad to have you back in the big chair, man. This is 2x2 right now, but these guys already
Go on board now with the 8. I mean, look at the front of the 99. I mean, it is used and abused, and, you know, to my point, pug face. One of the
so
terms.
the front of that car was what alcohol.
Pretty much. Pug face, a term that I came up with Tony Trapasso. First time I ever dropped it on. If he could talk for about 2 or 3 minutes, but
Hey, I think great a fit for that. I like pugs, Daytona.
I do too. I just said pug face.
Yeah, but the pug's face ain't that ugly.
No, it's not that it's pushed in. Not that it's ugly. Anyways, how about the 36 up 45 positions to the good? Now carries the torch, commands the charge here at Daytona. 72 laps on the board, written into the history books out of the scheduled 200. 2 lanes of fast and furious action as this field is trying to ditch the yellow flag theme that has plagued virtually all of stage 1. Now into stage 2. We are 3 wide in the back. Someone got set up to the nosebleeds. Was that Larry Fairman in the 34?
Yeah, Larry Fairman hanging on.
Tell you what, he just has not had good luck so far this year. Good driver. Knows how to get it done at these plate races, but just, you know, Chris, he hasn't had things go his way today.
No, and that's like we talked earlier. You got to have some luck on your side. You can be a great plate racer, but man, if you ain't got the luck, you just don't have it.
And again, boys, 73 laps in, they're still going after it.
And I don't think you're going to see a point with these competitors on the racetrack. It's race 1, it's Daytona. And not sure we're ever going to see this whole field ever get single file throughout the course of this race. I don't think, those thoughts right now are these drivers are at a place right now where they're thinking about that. Clearly, they want to get out there. They want to race. They want to compete. They want to get these realistic, real-life sponsors on this race car, and that's something else I want to touch on that iSNF prides themselves on. The same paint schemes that you see on these cars, you will see in competition out there in real life. On the NASCAR Cup circuit, specifically in the Next Gen Series or the Cup Series, one car there off the pace can get out of the way.
Man, he out of the way.
How about Aiden Gardner out there? I'm sorry, you're at the front of the field. Let's send the camera up to the point. The 36 continues to chide, but however, the man that got a bite taken out of him, he's chewed back through the field, and the 11 is up to P2, guys.
Brian, the Blue Chew right there all over the back bumper, just shoving the far out of that 36 machine into next year.
Speaking into next year, did you see that strong arm move Jacob thought about in the 99 there?
Yes, I did.
He thought about it, then he thought better of it. Put it right back in the hole he came out of.
He's like, no, I'm just going to go right back to where I was at.
Sir Barkley, out of Ocala, Florida. Driving it.
Look at the run on the top, man. Look, trouble behind you.
Yellow, yellow, yellow.
Oh, we got a wrecking everywhere. It's a cluster party.
Oh, the 50 sliding down the racetrack, pointing the wrong way. There go the flowers.
That's a Charlie Foxtrot.
That's a Delta uniform kilo. The 2 right there in the middle of it. The 77 also involved. Not the first time he's been mentioned today. Oh, the 38's going to get a piece of it. The dark horse turns into the broke horse after that one.
Man, this is gonna be Parts USA yard sale at the end of this race.
Sim parts are us. Thank God this is a digital or virtual racetrack with virtual car or digital race cars, digital content, of course. I mean, that's the beauty of iRacing, right? If you widen it up, if you tear it up, yeah, it stinks. But if you got a fast prepare, you just hit a button and guess what? Everything's okay again. In real life, you might have Rhea Ferris or equivalent lighting a fire under your cushion, if you know what I mean. And you guessed it, boys. This is gonna throw a monkey wrench in the pace of the field. Francisco gonna kick up the iRacing.com pace car. Is this gonna be Ford, Toyota? Or excuse me, Toyota's in the Ford and Chevrolet sandwich as Brian Chu has worked his way back up to second. The race whisperer of restrictor plate racing out of Fort Myers. Then you got another Florida man out of Ocala, Barkley, in the Toyota. Corbin Lowe, first Chevrolet there in line. Going to be in the 8 machine. And then another JGR car, the 20.
So Matt, got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
We've called a lot of races like this together, have we not?
We have.
Have you ever seen this much chaos and calamity and insanity in the first half?
One time. And one time only, and I believe that's when Tony Trapasso said if he saw one more caution flag, he was going to slit his wrist live on air and end all of it. And that was, Chris Davis was a part of that race. The Moonshiners debut on SRM from Martinsville.
Oh, yeah. That was a bad one.
Let's just say Tony was in rare form that night. But him and I went on to love that series as we loved this one. And as you can see up there in the top of the overlay, right above the ticker, it says, "Do it for Tony." And that's the theme of this one. We're doing it for Tony today. As Brian Chu out in front, fueled by Blue Chew, as Matt J said.
Yes, sir. So am I, but that's another conversation.
Fueled by Blue Chew, Bass Pro, and wet dreams of winning this race.
Blue Chew, Bass Pro, 9mm ammo. We can keep going, but that's what fuels me.
Well, we all have our motivators, right, folks? Speaking of motivators, you know what? Everyone knows I'm a big-time severe weather enthusiast, amateur storm chaser. Well, better than amateur, but I'm definitely not a professional. Let's take a peek at the weather as we're under yellow. Not much has changed, fellas. Sim time clocking in at 17:19, so just after, or 1 minute before 5:20 p.m. Eastern time. Winds out of the west at 10 miles an hour. Ambient air temperature at 86 degrees, 50% water drain, so humidity very low for this time of the year, especially for the state of Florida. That track temp only 100 degrees, so we're trending a lot cooler than I thought we would be. As you can see, that sun starting to set, casting those shadows out there on the racetrack. Chris Davis, the temps coming down as we start to transition from peak daylight. Could that have an effect on the performance of these race cars? And if so, what could we see change?
Yeah, you might see, if the track comes down a little bit, they may get a little bit more grip, be able to hold on their cars, make a little bit more of aggressive moves, but it's not going to change just a whole lot. So I think, like I said, they may be able to go a little bit more aggressive, but with these guys, the way it's looking, I don't think that's possible.
It's possible either. As you go on board here with Brian Chu. Currently taking a moment to reach up there, pull those belts tight one more time. Kind of just stretch out for a second, if you even say you can do that inside the cockpit of a next gen, but just trying to relax just a little bit, take a breath, and get refocused, recharged for what's ahead. And that is a whole lot of racing here at Daytona left in the books to right. And the iNSF Cup Series
got a
season
long way
opener.
to go.
We do. I mean, we're not even halfway to this, through this thing, or through this piece, as Tony would say. Tell you what, if you're Brian Chu, that's a great view. Nothing but daylight in front of you. However, you flip the camera around. Look at that out the back of Brian Chu's race car. That is a whole lot of turbulent air about to be cast up by these race cars as Matty J leads us back to green.
Green flag.
Matty J late on the call, but we're back to green here.
Green flag back in the air. Late change here. Chu tried to go from the top to the bottom. He hesitated, goes back up to the high lane. Usually that is going to be spell disaster for the leader. It's hitting a great trade, but
Yes, sir. Nice job.
the race whisperer, Brian Chu, is immune to it. I don't believe
I
it.
don't want to call it too early, but we're seeing all those JGR guys. They're right back at the front. You know, Brian Chu, Justin, Charles, they've been doing this all at the beginning of the race. Working those lanes, letting each other get down. Get something going.
I love what the Toyotas are doing here, Chris. This gets back to your keys of success for the race, and I think the Toyotas are executing that to perfection thus far through 80 laps of competition. But here comes the in on the outside of the racetrack, Corbin, in that Kyle Busch throwback ride, or look-alike ride, not a throwback ride, excuse me. Trying to make some hay on the top shelf of the racetrack, and he is getting a big-time push. Is that Berge in the 47? Yes, it is. The 99 there as well. Jacob continuing to be a supreme receiver in this race. The 47 being a supreme pusher, Joey Berge right now.
Yeah, just remember that 99's got a lot of front end damage on him, so he may not be able to lead this outside line as good as what the others could. That's
what I was getting ready to say, Chris. That car was good when it was in traffic, stuffed in between two race cars, but now with that front nose exposed, that could be like a big kind of snowplow. It's catching the air and backing up the top lane, and that sees what's happening, because look at the 47 is just plastered all over the back of that car. He is shoving the daylights out of him right now. I mean, look at the camera.
He can only do that for so long before he starts overheating. So,
I mean, the 47 had his nose 6 inches into his diffuser. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, that for about a lap, maybe a lap and a half, but then they got to start backing off and getting some air to that second car. Otherwise, that whole outside line is just going to back up really hard.
And I think that may be what's happening here. And maybe they don't realize what the problem is. But that outside lane is really having to push and push hard to keep the 99 alongside of the 8 right now. I mean, look at them guys. They're doing the jig, the bob and weave. Typically, they're pushing this hard. Like you would see, look at the 47 trying to clear them all down at the same time.
That 47 of Joey, he's an extremely good pusher. I've kind of been watching him this whole time, but now he's going to jump to the outside, and he wants to lead it. He doesn't want to ride behind him.
No, I don't blame Joey Berge. After that, I mean, that was some brilliant drafting work by the 47. I will not take that away from him. Now he looks to carry the torch, be the HMFIC here at Daytona. As it's 2x2 side-by-side lanes of fast and furious action at the high banks of Daytona. Here comes the 54 down to the bottom. He's going to join those two Toyotas and the Chevrolet. Two Chevrolets and two Toyotas, excuse me. Now look at the 47. He got shot out of a cannon. He did the jig. He almost lost it. The 87 going to get treated as the red-headed stepchild there in that situation as the 24 gets shoved up to the nosebleeds once again.
You know, it wasn't too long ago we were talking about Taylor Butcher there in the 17. He's pushing there to the 47 right now. I think, what was it, 4 or 5 cautions ago, we were talking about him taking some cars to the face. So he's getting back up there, and I think he's going to be in the top 5 here before too long.
Taylor Butcher, as he is known in the iRacing realm, I'll tell you what, this guy in Gen 4 configuration, he is lethal. Second most winningest driver in Dynasty Racing League history. I'll touch base on that. And Jimmy Johnson disappeared. He went full-blown Christmas mode. He's back. The 47. Oh, man, that's what happens when you have a car blink. You lose the effect of the draft, and that was almost disastrous in the top lane there at the front, boys.
Yes, it was. And the Dodo Bird flipped his broadcast chair over. That's where I went to for a moment. But we're back at it in Daytona.
Careful there, buddy.
Wow.
Don't crack an egg.
Oh, I cracked an egg, all right. Nice job. Got so excited I turned it over. Back straight away.
And don't look now. We're going to throw a lap car into the mix.
No, don't do that. This is going to get dicey. Look out, boys. Oh, somebody call my grandma as they go by this car.
So 5 to 45 ride doing a brilliant job. And that's about as good a job as you can do. However, they has a great driver inside the cockpit of that race car. A little bit of chalk smoke there. The Puma smoke like the dirt track cars as they touch the wall. The 45 ever so slightly kissed it. But no harm, no foul. Look at what is the Sonny D guy doing? He looked like he was trying to be a one-man army going up to the nosebleeds. Oh, he gets door banged. He got
door banged so hard he nearly lost it. There we go. Wrecking. Big one upside down on the bottom.
It's a hot dumpster fire everywhere you look. Upside down, over and back onto its wheels. And that all started with a gut check gone wrong to the 47 as he literally took a set of lug nuts to the face. Watch this, guys. Watch what happens here to the 47. I mean, he gets used and abused point blank in broad daylight. I cannot say that anymore. We're just going to wind this back. Let's go ahead and stop it there. Please stop. Thank you. Keep your eye on the 47. I'm going to stop this here. Right when they first start to make contact, we're going to change this up now to the eye in the sky and watch what happens from here. You can see the 47's already in the wrong, point in the wrong direction, so perhaps we're a little too far forward than I would like us to be. No problem.
Right.
Stop it right there. Let's adjust this camera a little bit here. As you can see, the 47's already up literally into the fence. He cannot get any higher up out of that racetrack. As he comes down now,
Nothing he can do.
he's trying to fit it in there, and he just cannot get down. There was not enough room to fit that race car in there. But if you say, hey, Matt, that's on him, well, that's not what put him in that position. If you take this back a little bit further, sometimes you go a little, you wind it back a little bit more, and then you get all the details of the story here. This all starts, the 47's top shelf of the racetrack. He's out there. I give him that. But the number 2 machine is going to come up and slap him in the face with a set of lug nuts here in just a moment. Watch this. Here comes the 2.
They cannot win tonight, can they?
Comes up. Sayat cheese. There you go. Cowabunga, whatever you want to say it. Puts him in the fence. Now he's going to try to turn this car down off the fence. And I think no, he doesn't. Doesn't give it too much. Or maybe the car gets loose, but he makes a second attempt to come back down, and that Haas Chevrolet or Ford is right there in the way, and he saved it once. Almost saved it again, and then the car's just going to take off on him here. Now, Matt, you mentioned a couple guys here went skybound. As we watched the 5.
At least on my end they did. I don't know about yours.
A lot of extra runoff area. Remember, back in the day, folks, this all used to be grass. Cars would be taken off in the air like, NASA space shuttles, if you were, or the term space shuttle status came from. Not no more, as it's all paved down there. A lot of runoff area. The 5 going to get a good piece of the inside safer barrier there, though.
So the bad thing for all these cars, Matt, is the caution never came out. We're still under green.
What?
So they are super far behind now.
That is incredible. Never would have thought that, but here we are. Green flag conditions.
I think they were far enough off the racing surface that all the cars, by the time they got closer to it, were back to straight. So iRacing never put that caution out.
You know what's funny? iRacing may not have, but SDK is showing me they did. So thank you for letting me know. I thought we were under a full-blown yellow flag condition once again, which is why I was taking extra time looking at that, but not the case here. Almost a push gone wrong there from the 8 to the back of Jacob. Chopper Camp providing some great sights and sounds of that one. Lap 92 on the board out of the scheduled 200, boys. Halfway in the near future. Can we keep it clean, mean, and green? And look at the size of this pack. It is starting to dwindle down. We started this race with a record-tying amount of cars, 48. In this lead group of cars, I'm going to say we have, let's see, well, the 99 is currently leading. Gervy in 14th, he's in group number 2. So about the top 13, 14 cars are in this group. The lead group right now, as we work lap 93 now, officially being written in the history books.
Yeah, at this point in the race, you really know they're gone. You don't even know if they're still in the race. Everybody that you can. I've heard a few guys on the radio still getting a little frustrated with some aggressive pushing. As they go 3 wide, almost wreck.
How did he save that race car? What a save by John Hopley out of South Lancaster, Ontario. The Canadians just used up all the maple leaves on that one, but that was a brilliant save out of the 4 machine. That's the other part of this, Chris, is many cautions as we've seen today. We have really seen some brilliant saves as well out there on the racetrack.
We have, and that's, at the beginning of this race, it really proves that these guys are unfortunately, with 48 cars out on the track, it just creates so much congestion that you can't help it. You're going to have a few wrecks, but now that we see that the field's kind of gapping out, the front guys are pushing hard, they're going good, and as we have a new leader.
Jimmy Johnson in the Red Bull machine to the lead at Daytona. Rhea Ferris is probably racing with her jaw dehinged right now. She can't believe what's going on at the front of this field, as the 99 has different thoughts, though, as he's going to go ahead, grab the money gear, put it to the floorboards. 9,200 RPM. That's where this car taps out at, but the Red Bull man is going to hit the switch, and he is going to get a shove from Corbin in the bottom lane. And these guys are rocking and socking down the backstretch here at Daytona. This is what it's all about right here.
And Corbin gave Jimmy there a huge shot coming out of 2. I thought he was going to fix it to send him around, but you know, Jimmy's hanging on. Corbin's just pushing him, letting him trying to get him out there as far as he can, and Jimmy has no choice but to just steer the car. He can't let out. He can't go any faster.
Oh!
And now we've got a caution on the track.
Oh, no. This was getting really good. Oh, man. Angel Hernandez may have been involved in this one. Aiden Gardner, what has transpired here at Daytona? And you guessed it. That popsicle stick no one wants to talk about just showed its ugly face. Go back to the instant replay here. Keep your eye on the 45 ride. This guy is probably consistently one of the best in this field on any given Saturday. Not Sunday, Saturday. Top shelf of the racetrack is where the 45 resides. Let's go ahead and roll it. Cue playback. It's going to happen in front of him. Oh, that's a hot-wadded mess there. The 88 got flow rider mode right round at the very last end of it. Angel thought he was through. And the Chili's dropped off a hot and ready bag right in front of him. However, not too much carnage on that one, Dave, I suppose. Not as much carnage as we've seen on some of these cautions throughout the course of this afternoon.
Yeah, I think we're getting down to, like I said, the bare minimum cars. We're down to 26 cars on the lead lap. I'm going to assume that some of those still probably have some damage. So the wrecks should get smaller and smaller, but man, they're still amped up.
They are, and that's you got to try to balance that emotion, right? If you have a crew chief, a guy in the box, be that voice of reason. You know, get that driver dialed in, get him calmed down, refocused. You know, he still has basically another half this race to go. Is the Red Bull man going to lead him down or lead down these lead lap cars as pit road comes to life again here at Daytona? Everyone inside, looks like the top 17, 18 going to be coming down pit road. Emily Urias there. Remember, she was up as high as second place. That Camaro is still in good shape. There's Chris Otto coming in for service on that number 6 machine. Cody McCorkle, Brian Chu, James Bowles, Taylor Butcher Benjamin being scored as the leader as he's going to stay out of the racetrack.
Which is kind of confusing, Matt, because they can make it on fuel to the into stage 2 here. So I don't know why you would stay out unless you're just expecting more cautions.
That's the only thing I can think of, Chris. They're looking at the trends of the races. Larry McReynolds would say they're Larry McNuggets, and they're banking on more cautions to go ahead and leave enough go fast in the tank to get them to the end of the stage. I mean, that's the only possible solution at this point, I would think. Correct?
That's kind of where I'm at with it, because you know, he's looking at probably another 12 to 15 laps on fuel for himself. So if he's got to come down here by his lonesome, he's not gonna be in contention for this race anymore.
Big time Las Vegas stakes out there on the racetrack. Gonna roll the dice here at roughly the halfway point. Does the Ontario man out of Pennsylvania have the plan? Rosa Laszlo up 33 positions in that second place position. Jimmy Johnson having an iSNF run out of the ages into that third and final podium position. Corbin Lowe up 40. Then you got McCorkle, Robertson, Chris Otto, Mr. Blue Chew, Brian Chew, Emily Urias holding on just outside of the top 10. Want to shout her out as she continues to impress. I think everyone right now with her level of performance, I have never seen this out of Emily Urias since I have known her. And it has been a while since I've seen her out on the racetrack. And man, she just looks recharged, refocused. She is up on the wheel. And as much as I want to talk about it, I'm not, because that broadcaster's curse is strong with me. Chris Davis, the Biscuit. Matt Shane up in the broadcast booth. I want to thank you all for being along with us for the ride here on Redline Racing Network. For the first time this evening, we're going to step aside, but we're going to go out wide open coverage. You're not going to miss anything right here on Redline Racing Network. We're going wide open. And it looks like the trend continues when we try to go wide open, all-out coverage. The caution seems to follow not long after, as we had a little party in the grass here at the Daytona infield. Shots fired, fireworks a-booming. This time, Emily Urias involved, and I kind of put that one on myself. I was talking about her just a couple minutes ago, and Emily, I apologize. Is Taylor Butcher Benjamin, though, TBB, Pennsylvania man, continues to carry the torch here at the helm, the top of the story planet.
Why you gotta do that, man?
You're so cute.
I know, ain't that why you love me?
Just rub it in.
That's why you love me. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, I know. A great emotional support animal.
I know,
Or
right?
bird, I should say. Let's
Wait,
check.
I'm a bird. I don't bark. I go squeak, squeak.
Squeak. Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. I have questions, but I don't know if I want the answers.
I didn't think that through. Anyway,
Officially, we are past the halfway point, so there's that. Caution count, I've lost track of. I'm just being honest. I did have a tally, and that is busted. We broke the caution count out of remembrance of Tony Trapasso because I know what kind of state he would be in right now, and it wouldn't be a good one.
entering stage left. Her name is Caution. Better get there.
You know, Rhea made a highlight video of all Tony's calls. And while we're under caution, I want to see if I can find a way to get that and bring that onto the broadcast. I think that would be something neat, something cool, something a little bit different to do than watching these cars just pace around the racetrack for the millionth time this evening. So, boys, I'm going to let you and Chris talk this one out. I'm going to see if I can get this queued up and we can take a look at it.
I didn't think Emily got too much damage out of that.
No, I don't think so either.
Well, I watched back and she did really good. She had a little bit of damage, and then all of a sudden, let's see who it was. I believe it's Hunter. Let's see here. Hunter Cole at the very end of that wreck comes in and yeets her back into the grass. So. You know, I keep thinking that these guys are going to calm down, get some green flag laps under them, and just kind of wait until the end. But nobody wants to wait. They're all just staying aggressive, pushing. Yeah. And at some point in time, they've got to decide on whether they want to finish the green flag or tell them they're done.
I mean, it's one of those things, man. We're 2 hours and 7 minutes in. We're only 103 laps in. We're going to have to pick up the pace. We're going to make it to the end of that 200.
Yeah, I think we're about 27 laps away from stage 2 ending here, so you know, I'd like to think that maybe they'll just ride and get to the end of stage 2, but the aggression level out there is just kind of unmatched from what I've seen. Even in the top split A opens, those guys don't even get as aggressive as what these guys are. So I guess we're in for a show no matter what. If you like to see
let's be honest here. We didn't expect it to go this way either.
No, I didn't expect for it to be like this, but you know, like we talked, to get this many cars, there's bound to be mistakes.
Green, green, green.
And we're back to racing.
Yes, we are. We're back to the green. Back on the way.
Yeah, we see Taylor jump out there to James is going to just be able to pull out and go right around him. The turn, give him a great push coming down the backstretch.
Big time shove right now. Just absolutely shoving the bar out of them right now, man. Going hard as they can go.
The guy who lost out big time on that's Corbin Lowe. I mean, he went from second place. He's going to be lucky if he's in the top 10 by the time they get around to the line.
Well, that Taylor Butcher Benjamin continuing to lead right now in front of Lowe, right in line right there. And I tell you, it's going to take some work up front, and you're going to have to settle down and get into a rhythm.
Yeah, I like the fact that we're seeing top 8 cars just kind of single file out. They're not. Everybody's kind of leaving the gap. You know, the second place is kind of pushing the leader. Third is right there. Everybody else behind them, they're starting to leave that about half a car length gap. That's kind of what we want to see. Let's get some laps under here.
So, are you hoping that they all kind of just get in line and ride this thing for a while?
I do. I know that's meant into plate track racing. Nobody really likes to see it. But I would rather ride in line and just put some laps off, get to the end of it. Oh, as we see the 99. He kind of snookered the 24 out. Oh, now he jumps to the outside of the stand.
2x2, and it's a drag race, bud. Big shot.
Yeah, Jacob kind of suckered himself there. I don't know why he would leave the 24 out. Expecting the 24 to push him, but you know, James is there right now. But I don't look for him to stay behind that 99 for very long. No. Unfortunately, when you start leaving people out, you know, if that top line would have developed right there, back there, way in the back. But it's either looking to the outside of the road, he backs out and pulls back in line, and
trouble behind them, they're wrecking again.
Yellow flag is out.
Well, I thought we were finally getting in a rhythm.
Yeah, we did some single file laps, maybe 4 or 5 laps, and they said that was enough of that.
Go back to the instant replay, guys, not to cut you off here. Larry Fairman finds himself at the wrong place at the right time once again out there. 41 off of the preferred racing line. In fact, looks like he's trying to use a piece of the road course that we know about, a thing or two about, don't we, Matt, over the past couple weeks?
Yes, we do.
Let's go ahead and roll it. See what transpired here just moments ago involving the 34.
Well, it looks like the 99 triggered this one, got tagged off the front end of the 24, which ensued the incident. The 99 comes down, collects a couple more, and there you go.
And on top of it, the 34 straight up got donkey punched in the business end. He got rocked. That's what sent the 34 flying across the racetrack.
Now, I like a lot of things like getting donkey punched in the business end is not what I like.
Hey, I'm talking about the race car. The race car.
I was too.
Uh-huh.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? I'm talking about Bob Wyckoff. Oh, getting stuffed into the fence. I mean, he is down there in the infield abyss, right by the spotlights. Wow, how did he get down there? This is kind of like last week at the Chicago Road Course. Well, how did Cody Ware get in there? You know, here you go. We're trying to do the right thing here. How did Bob? Where's Waldo? Where's Bob? How did he get down there on this one? Let's find out.
If the powers that be want to, in the camera editing control area, put that thing on slow-mo. Look at the 99 as he comes across the curbs, guys, of the road course, and watch that thing hop sideways. We got really lucky that thing didn't take air.
Oh, he took the Evel Knievel line is what you're saying.
Oh, he definitely took the Evel Knievel line backwards.
Let's find out here. Let's go up
Watch
to...
as he gets in the grass.
And we were just talking about Bob moments ago, but let's see what happened here. Let's take a peek.
Gets turned sideways, slides across the
Whoa.
asphalt, and the car's going to clip the grass, and watch that thing hop.
Oh yeah, he got some elevation there, didn't he? And we kind of find
He
out
did.
how Bob got where he got too. So they apparently wanted to go the road course racing, not plate racing today, as they're making a case for that with that last incident. Now Sickle back.
Now, I wonder here, let's look at this, Mr. Seabiscuit. If that car is bouncing like that, could that hurt the suspension of that race car?
It does actually. Whenever those cars start hopping across those other parts of the track, you can damage the splitter. But talking to a lot of the setup guys, it actually starts messing with the ride heights a little bit. You know, as it bottoms out, messes the splitter up. And I'm not a setup guy, so I can't honestly tell you. I just know they told me that it won't drive the exact same afterwards. Couldn't tell you what it breaks,
Right.
but it messes something up.
Right. We don't know what it breaks, but it breaks something.
Yeah. I feel like my wife, when I'm starting to say that, I don't know what happened, it just broke. But
And this is how Seabiscuit gets smacked.
that's why we keep
That
the door
is
closed
how
in the office.
That is how far us to cover our butt, buddy. We here at Redline do not condone the words of one Seabiscuit.
The disclaimer to the disclaimer is what you're saying.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Yes, we do not carry the same views that expressed or by any party or voice on the channel. However, we are the channel that you want to be tuned into right now. We are locked in on iSNF. Season opener here at Daytona International Speedway from the beautiful state of Florida, where it's Toyota on Ford action at the front row. Barkley going after the Butcher, and then you got the 54 McCorkle, who's been grinding it out in this race. He's been from the back to the front, slapped to the back, and he's come back to the front again. Our in-race performance analyst, Chris Davis, been talking a lot about the 54. Then you got another Toyota in Charles Robertson in the 20. Toyota's doing what they need to do to be at the front of this thing as we get ready to go back green flag racing.
You're not.
Oh, God. Hey, guys. My son just
Yep.
face planted off the couch. Go ahead and take this call for a moment, please. He's screaming.
Okay. 10-4, I got you. All right, we are ready to go once again. Field ready, doubled up. Back to green. The Big Bird having to do some Big Bird things as we go to green here, out of turn 4. It's Matt, the J-Man, alongside the Seabiscuit here. Come back to green, lap 110, Seabiscuit. Getting ready to go.
Green, green, green.
And green in the air, let's go. They'll hit the wow pedal, up the speed they go.
Well, I started saying they're going to tuck in line here, but Charles did not want to sit behind Taylor there. He wants that lead, and he tried to keep it. Gus is going to give it a great.
Looks like a 3-car boogie.
They may be the ones to get this out. So good. They got a little bit broken up off turn 4 there. When he got a little bit loose. They started to gather back up, but I think those Toyota JGR guys, so they've got Cody McCorkle right there behind him. I know he's a great person. So he's going to be good right there.
And kind of learn what these guys are doing.
Yeah, it takes a lot of patience, like I said. Something we haven't seen a whole lot of, but now nobody wants to finish in the second stage. They all want to make it to the end here, so We'll see if they can start getting a little bit of patience together there. But Taylor and Chris Bishop there on the inside, they're holding away from them. There's Auto right there behind them. They're not having super aggressive pushes, but they don't have to on the bottom. That bottom's kind of the easier way around. As long as they can just stay a little bit closer to each other, they don't have to push.
Yellow, yellow, yellow.
And
Well, there you have it. Yellow back out. We'll try to figure out what it is.
even on my end.
Either, but yellow flag flying nonetheless. Not quite sure what the yellow is for.
No, because I think we're about 15 laps away from stage 2 being over.
Yeah.
So.
Not the stage break, I know that much.
No.
Well, folks, back under yellow here at Daytona.
Looks like we do have Justin Coop over in the YouTube live chat. Let's say hi to him. Dylan Banks was in there earlier. Raced with Dylan quite a bit over in other leagues. He's another one that if you ever get to watch him, he knows how to get around these tracks.
Yes, he does. So what do you think here? We've been 115 laps here tonight. It's been interesting.
It has, you know. Unfortunately, I have been part of leagues and races that have just you never can get the rhythm going. Yeah, and it's hard to get it back underway. But I guarantee you, by the time we get to the end of this thing, these guys are going to be putting on a show for everybody.
Sir. It'll be very interesting to see where we wind up here tonight, right?
Yeah.
But right now, we just got to get through another caution period. I feel like we've said that a lot tonight.
Unfortunately, yeah. I think maybe the longest run we've got is probably about 10, 15 laps, somewhere in there. And then we're right back under caution, so it's definitely been a long one.
Well, tempo. Well, we should be back to green flag momentarily. Taylor Butcher Benjamin leading the charge. 1 lap to green here. So we are ready to go. And again, we've got about 2 hours, 23 minutes remaining in session. going to be very, very interesting here if we can get going, get some speed up, and get rocking. Down the back straightaway, the pace car goes. The lights are off here in South Florida this evening. So ready to go. So coming to green this time by. It'll be Taylor Butcher Benjamin on the bottom, the Jags machine on the top. They're in that 71 camp of Bishop. Ready to roll. Out of turn 4. Coming to green.
Green, green, green.
Green flag is out. Back underway. Back 2 by 2. The old rolling back up to speed side by side right now. 2 by 2. Taylor Butcher Benjamin out front. He's got that bottom lane rolling biscuit.
Yeah, he does. But here comes Chris Otto pushing on that outside lane. See if he drops in front of his teammate.
Whoa,
He
whoa.
does. Kind of close there. But Chris Bishop can take the lead.
Good job. Otto right there. Otto trying to auto his way forward. Right here in the moment. One car going to go that dive down pit road. And again, we're getting closer and closer to the end of stage 2.
We are, and that's typically when we see things ramp up even more, but I'm kind of hoping that everybody just kind of settles. Doesn't look like that top lane is just wanting to settle though. They're trying to get up there and get those stage points, and they got to be close to the front. Otherwise, they can't make any moves. It's just coming to 2 to go.
They just can't make any moves right now. They're going to have to work on it.
Yep. You always got to put yourself in a position to be up there towards the front when the time counts. And we've seen that it's super hard to get that outside line running.
Look at the outside line. They're back by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just doesn't seem like the 24 James can really lead that outside line, or maybe it's the 21 that can't just quite match up and push with him. But now
What do
the
you
38,
think? What do you think's causing that? They just can't get together and push.
sometimes it's just a matter of driver's preference. There's a lot of good racers that I've ran with that I just can't literally push, and they can't push me. Our driving styles don't match up. So it's a lot of just knowing who you're pushing, knowing their tendencies, knowing how they drift up out of the corners, or whether they like to stay right up in side draft. So if you're always guessing on that, you can't really push that guy. So, but it looks like we're going to be single file and even have a little bit of a breakaway here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the top 12 cars broke away. We can actually hear some coaching from Chris Otto to the leader saying, hey, if you'll just drift up a little bit, let some of the air get to my nose, I won't pass you. But so it's nice to hear these guys starting to work together. Let's just push, get away from that other group, come down to the end here, and maybe we can settle it amongst ourselves.
Yes, sir. That's the thing. Right now, Chris Bishop, Chris Otto there as well. Taylor, Butcher, Benjamin, they're also. Nice work.
And again, we're seeing these teammates start grouping up. So you got the RFK guys up front.
Yellow, yellow, yellow.
Oh,
In caution. And that is a Bob Wakanoff, I believe. I think Wakanoff. Okay, I'm not even going to butcher that anymore. But big incident down the back. Looks like the 7 gets turned, the 41 goes around. And yet again at lap 121, we are under yellow.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a bad checkup coming out of turn 2 there, and some guys just stacked up. You know, that's kind of one of those just plate track racing deals. You can't account for that. Can't really blame anybody for that. That's not aggression. That's just a little bit of a checkup, and the 4th, 5th car back can't see it.
Yes, sir. Man. Absolutely insane.
Looks like we're kind of shaping up for maybe a 5-lap shootout for stage.
Yeah, something like that.
So would you rather pit here and flip the stage, or would you rather just go for stage
I think
points?
me personally, I'm going to flip it and do it that way. I think flipping the stage and then have track position, start a final stage, may be the way to go.
I like that call. I am more of a passive driver anyway, so if I could not have to sit there and battle for 5 laps, but I can somehow acquire the lead or be up to the top 5, that's probably the route that I'm going to go too.
Exactly. Chris Bishop continuing to leave here, and man, this strategy call is very difficult right now. What can you even do here in this scenario?
Well, like I said, I mean, just kind of flipping the stage, you know, get set up for this last one. Or these guys that are up front, they may just take their stage points and then go right around in the back till we get to the closer to the end of the race, and then hopefully be able to get up there and miss all the wrecks and be set up for the end of it. So it's hard to tell which strategy is going to work out here, because it doesn't seem like there's been much strategy so far. And we still have 23 cars on the lead lap, so there's still 23 guys out there that have a chance at it.
Yeah, and that's the crazy part, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't have imagined still having this many guys on the lead lap and having cars that were able still to be competitive. So
here we go yet again. Two by two, this is going to be a showdown. Let's see what we can do. we go. This is going to be a heck of a run right now coming at you.
I think if I had to put my money on somebody right now, I'm looking at that 20 car Charles Robertson. I think he's going to get the stage win right here. Him with that 19, I see them getting together and being able to work past his front two.
Well, it'll be very crazy that what we see here tonight. Here we go, 2 by 2. So coming at you right now, ready to go. Alrighty, Seabiscuit coming to green here, bud. Just
Green flag, green
Bishop
flag.
out front, green flag in the air. Let's go.
Bishop gets a huge jump off of that. And we see the 20 go ahead and tuck in behind the 19 of Justin Barkley.
Nice job, though, all tuck and line. Right to the bottom.
You know, and here's your part. Do you ride behind him, or do you go for the pass and see if they can't get that stage win in case the caution comes out? And he's going to jump to the outside.
This is insane, 2 by 2. Nice work. These guys are after it with one another.
Now that Barkley has the lead. The 20's almost clear. Do they pull down? They do.
Able to get down and get clear.
Now can Chris Otto do what he's been doing all day? Can he push that 8 car of Corbin up to the lead?
Man, oh why? What? I think so, he can't. I think they're going to get the push to get it done.
Massive run coming out of 4. I think by the time they get to the line, Corbin's going to be able to have this lead.
Maybe, possibly. Whoa, big slot. Whoa, what a move.
Chris Otto says he wants this stage lead. He needs these stage points. He cleared himself to the bottom.
Big slide to the bottom. Sir.
Otto at the front of this piece, as you were saying just moments
Otto,
ago.
Otto's really doing a great job at the front of the piece, man. Getting great work for Otto.
I'll tell you what, man, back in early February of this year, Otto and I were primed to go out there and win the EOL season opener for the Grind Cup Series. Late in this race, laps to go, Chris Otto was glued to me in an okay to 3-way tandem. We had it so dialed up, they were trying to get us on the high side of the racetrack. They couldn't touch us out of the bottom. That's how fast we were. Do you want to know what happened? Somebody, the gods decided to drop an epic explosion in my cornflakes. That's what happened. Coming out of turn 4 for the final time, my engine decided to expire as Chris Otto was giving me the shove out of the heavens. I blew up to smithereens, went on to finish 18th in that race. But my point is, Chris Otto knows how to get it done in these types of situations. I look for the 6 to be strong here late in this one.
So it blew up your Cheetos or your cornflakes?
My cornflakes. Blew up everything.
It did it. Everything went boom.
Everything. My hopes, my dreams of winning virtual
Yellow flag is
Daytona.
out.
And just like that, the caution's
That
out.
would caution out here tonight, and not sure that'd be the end of. Is that the end of stage?
I believe that's the end of the stage, guys.
That's going to be staged.
Yeah.
The second stage officially in the books. Robertson getting it credit for winning stage number 2. And as you know, fellas, ladies and gentlemen at home, that means we're on to the third and final of this opening event here for the iSNF Cup Series.
There we go.
I don't want to toot my own horn here, but I did pick Charles to win that stage coming off that last restart.
Yes, you did, brother. It's okay. Do it away.
I hear you tooting that horn.
And as a stage,
All right.
not to cut you
Go
off
ahead.
there, Matt, but as the stage comes to a close, we got to take a break. Make sure we give our partners their credit where their credit is due with some airtime, and we'll be back for the third and final installment here from Daytona. Stick around. Don't go anywhere.
So I am staged and ready if need be.
Here at TWRS, we're always here to help our squad when they need a little push in the right direction. That's just who we are. We're a beautifully diverse group of goofballs dedicated to driving fake race cars as fast as possible. And we continue to push each other to the front using the power of nonsense. We have one of the strongest NASCAR programs on the service, and you can access it all for $24.99 a month. And we just released individual subscriptions for $14.99 a month for each NASCAR vehicle. We also just added a Rallycross program, and our IndyCar program is taking off as well. So come join the weird side. We have speed and cookies. Cookies are not included in some locations. Here at TWRS, we're always here to help our squad when they need a little push in the right direction. That's just who we are. We're a beautifully diverse group of goofballs dedicated to driving fake race cars as fast as possible. And we continue to push each other to the front using the power of nonsense. We have one of the strongest NASCAR programs on the service, and you can access it all for $24.99 a month. And we just released individual subscriptions for $14.99 a month for each NASCAR vehicle. We also just added a Rallycross program, and our IndyCar program is taking off as well. So come join the weird side. We have speed and cookies. Cookies are not included in some locations.
Anything else going to be thrown at you guys today? I'm like, don't say that.
Fans, good evening. Welcome back to Redline Racing Network as we're deep into the heart of the season opener here from the big country, the big house at Daytona, the world's center of speed, as we're 2 stages written into the history books. Robertson, moments ago, just etched his name in as a Stage 2 winner. Now we get ruffled, shuffled, re-racked, restacked for the final stage who will win it all here in Daytona when all is said and done, as this has been a wild, caution-filled, high-octane thriller at times throughout the course of this race. The story of attrition is huge and has been a big part of this story. Who could survive and be alive at the end of this thing, as I really feel this is going to get turned up to a new level here as we get ready to get rowdy for the third and final stage here at Daytona, up here in the Tony Trepass Memorial Broadcast booth. Myself, joined by the Biscuit, Chris Davis, Matt J, a.k.a. Dodo Bird, as those lights go out on that iRacing.com base car. Taylor Butcher Benjamin's going to have the trigger here, fellas. And look who's back on the outside lane. And that's all I'm going to say about her. And don't look now, Blue Chew's back in this thing too, guys.
Sir. All right, the small bird over here is going to pop out of the booth for 1 second there, big bird, in case something happens. I got to take care of something real quick, and I'll be right back.
Two cars side by side. The calm before the storm once again here, Chris Davis. John up there, hopefully into that fourth place position. The 99 up 35 spots, but the biggest mover of the race again is that 78 machine on that outside front row. What a story this would be. Oh my God.
He doesn't even want you to talk about her anymore, Matt. She just assumed you not even put her car on the screen.
It's impossible. I cannot do that. I have to somehow put it on the screen. I hear what she's saying. Into the Geico restart zone we go.
Green flag, green flag.
Green flag in the air. The V8s come back to life. Taylor Butcher Benjamin gives it the business and kicks it into high gear. And here comes the Blue Chew Special rolling behind him. Outside.
Yeah, the top lane did not get a good start. They kind of fell apart, left Emily up there all by herself. She's trying to get it back going. JTR guys that just popped up in front of her, she can hook up with them and get going to the front.
Hey, those are some guys, if I was in this race, I'm looking to work with those Gibbs cars. They've shown they've had the hand at the plan all day long. Here comes the 99 all over the back of Otto, as that Camaro is burying its face into the diffuser of that dark horse, and it's working. Side by side, door to door, who's it going to be at the line this time? The bottom lane, I believe, is going to prevail. Check the box, give that one to the Butcher.
And he's been up for almost the whole night. He had those few issues at the beginning of the race. But other than that, he's been either, top 5, at least top 10. We kind of keep seeing him, the same names up there. Earlier you guys asked if there's any skill to it. He's definitely got some skill in keeping his car up there now.
Could not agree more. Now Emily gets herself situated there, just 2 rows back where she restarted that. So she is very well sitting pretty right now in that 7th place position. This field is really thinned out, Chris, if you just want to take a white things out here just for a moment as we get back up to speed. Big time push, though, coming from the 20 to the 19. That's Robinson to Barkley, giving him the shove of a lifetime there. And look at Chris Otto, Taylor Butcher Benjamin in that Fastenal Ford, being able to utilize that momentum. And that's what it's all about. Chris, that's a big part of the formula for success. When you do get those runs, can you do something with it? And the 17 was able to there, and look where he is. For the moment, he's on the high side. However, that could change with the run that Otto's getting from all the pushing from the 99 as he's doing all the heavy lifting behind him. In fact, he's going to surge ahead now. But my point is, we've seen this field kind of, do I want to use the terms or say calm down just a little bit? With all of the mayhem. No? Wishful thinking?
No. We're going to hold off on that term. Every time we say it, about 3 or 4 laps, then we're back at it. So let's just say we're going all out.
It's all out trench warfare on the racetrack, World War II style. We're just going to call it like it is.
Low, he jumps out to that outside lane in front of Taylor. He wants to get to the front. Looks like he may just be my screen, but he might have a little bit of nose damage there. That splitter looks a little bit
It does.
spin up, but
But
it's not affecting him. He's going to the front.
as of right now, it's not anyhow. Just a little bit of damage. In fact, you'd be able to see it if we didn't have the space buried in the bumper. But it's Daytona, and this is going to happen, folks. Flipping around to the GoPro bumper camera. Let's see if we can get another. Here we go. Well, the front of that Toyota looks perfect. Brian Chu's nose is pristine. About as good as you can ask for, if you ask me, on the front of that Camry. Take a look at the other JGR car. Those Camrys got some good-looking front bumpers. A little bit of scuffage there on the 20. Nothing crazy. However, that 8 machine's a different story.
Yeah, and unfortunately now he's starting to pack that top plate up. You know, 6, 7 cars they're clearing. That top lane, they're going to be looking to get down to the bottom.
Oh! Hold on
The
to it.
19 self-clears herself.
That
That's a huge wreck.
that was a self-clear of a lifetime. I don't got luck like that, Chris Davis. I try to do that. I'm going sky ground, sky ground, sky ground.
Unfortunately, that's what happens when you get a slow car leading that outside line. You know, as I was saying, they want to start getting to the bottom. They got to get out of that slow lane. If you can make a few spots and then jump in front of that top lane and hopefully get pushed in front. But unfortunately, you start to get guys that self-clear, maybe a little too aggressive, and causes a wreck.
Absolutely, 100%. We now reach the lap 140 mark of the scheduled 200 here on Redline Racing Network. When did this field start to single file out? Maybe just a little bit. Have some faith, Biscuit. If they're listening just a little bit of us up here.
I'm going to have a little bit of faith.
A little
but,
bit.
You know, we can't go too far on it.
Like Limp Biscuit faith?
Yeah, where I'm about to break.
I love it. Hey, you got to have some fun up here in the broadcast booth every once in a while. And again, Chris, want to thank you for joining us here this afternoon and evening, being a part of this broadcast. Could not do it without you, buddy. But the bottom lane here, these are the drivers, in my opinion, that know what it takes to win here, that knows what, have been in these situations before and understand what you can die a virtual death at any moment. So let's get single file. Let's just trim some fat off the board. Let's run some laps here. Doesn't matter what you do on lap 140, 160, 180. At the end of the day, it's all about what you do on the final lap, where you bring your car across the line. Are there things that you have to do over the course of that race to put yourself in position? Absolutely, I understand that. But you don't got to go knocking everyone the next Wednesday, because you're just going to damage your race car in the process or ruin someone else's race. Now, some people, quite frankly, don't care if they do that. I do. The point being, these guys that are single file right now are what I would consider smart plate racers. They know what it takes to get it done here. And you see the intensity just dialing back inside the first top 15, top 16 cars. Hopefully, or Taylor Butcher Benjamin has slid back now to that 13th place position on the outside lane, and he's in the 2x2 Fast and Furious action in the third row. So everyone from the 24 to the front is single file 2x2 just behind them. Taylor Butcher Benjamin runs in that 13th place position, Chris.
Yeah, and what you'll see is that outside in late ground, they're going to start pushing harder and harder just to make up that little extra inch every turn. And then that's when we start seeing problems. But the inside lane, the 8 almost hit. I think he blew up.
I think he did blow up.
That was amazing that nobody hit him as that motor exploded.
Oh, I was just talking about this moments ago. I know the pain. Let's jump on board, see if we see 300 RPMs on the dash. Yeah, he's done so. That motor's cooked.
I don't know how those guys behind him didn't
hit
run
him.
into the back of him.
I don't either. That's a miracle in itself. And you mentioned earlier, a lot of these drivers already using those fast repairs. Those are, gone with the wind, if you will. So if you break it now, you have to suffer the consequence.
And that's unfortunate. He's had a great car all day. We've seen him up front. So hopefully maybe he still has that fast repair, but I'm going to say that that's probably long gone and his day's probably done.
You see the way that he hit the star drive and transported out of here at warp speed. I'm going to lean towards the negative. As it's all Chris Otto in the 6. Dominating here for the time being. 99, a big part of that success. Jacob been a supreme pusher all day in that 99 machine. Don't look now, but the whiner, Jeffrey Weimer, some days he's crying, other days he's driving. It just depends on how he feels when he shows up to racing these things, just to be honest with you. He's in the 60 today, so far,
Nice
I guess.
Quiet day out of him.
It is. And that's how you want Jeff. You want him quiet, because when he starts talking, it's never a good thing. Makes your ears bleed. No, I'm kidding. I'm just messing with him. He's a good dude.
I'll let him come back at you on that one. I'm not even going to touch that.
I'm just messing with him. Jeff's a good dude. Been a part of iSNF for a long time. Good race car driver. And the 8's coming back out on the racetrack. I was wrong. I thought he hit the ejectocito out of the session button.
Number 50 there in 7th place. Alyssa's, we saw her have those issues earlier. Kind of got caught up in a mess, but she's coming back up in there. She's, top 10, just right outside that double file running.
Up in that the 50 machine is now back up inside the top 10 in that 7th place position. Kind of just on the in stealth mode, if you will, just kind of methodically, slowly moving back towards the front, not trying to set off any alarms, doesn't want to be on the radar. Because that's the other part of it, right, Chris? You start making some big moves, everyone's going to be planning for you. Everyone's going to be watching for you. They're not going to necessarily be to help you. Whereas if you kind of just hang around and slowly chip away at it, you're less on the radar. And I think that can help you be a huge factor at the end of this thing, depending on how it unfolds, of course.
It really does. You've got a lot of guys that like to push hard, go up front. They tend to make a lot of enemies. If you have somebody who's a little bit more reserved, cuts a lot of brakes, give everybody a chance to slide in if they need it, or if they pull out, you help them. You start making a lot more friends. It doesn't hurt to have that little bit of a relationship. I know myself, if I get to the end of a race and I see a guy that's helped me out 2 or 3 times, I'm glued to his back. I'm not doing it. So hopefully that she can have some friends out there like that.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you what, based upon the way she's attacking this race, I'm going to lean towards the positive here. I'm going to say she's made some friends. She's in good company right now, in between the 13 and that 40 Travelers Whiskey car, which obviously made its first Cup appearance at Daytona back in February. However, it's out there right now in the virtual realm. Great-looking race car being piloted by Michael Giverson. Updating the spots from where he started as we now approach the lap 150 mark. And judging by that sound thundering through the roof and crashing into the nest, I'm going to say the Dodo has rejoined us.
Yeah, the Dodo's back. Sorry about that. Dodo had his own thing he had to go take care of.
Gotcha, brother.
Just the furry baby con.
There once was a wolf deer in this league.
Yeah.
I'm serious. And you saying furry, wolf deer, Rhea's probably laughing hysterically right now. Hopefully she's not out on the racetrack, because there might be a car in the fence here soon.
Yes, sir. You see, folks, bad things happen when your German Shepherd goes, Dad, I need you. That's never a good sign, man.
No, it's not a good sign. I'll tell you what's not a good sign either.
What's that?
Chris Otto not looking like he's ready to give up this lead in any way, shape, or form.
Man, Otto is Otto perfection today.
Thank you. I couldn't have said that better myself.
Man, he's more perfection than advanced auto ports. Get in the zone, auto zone. Anyway, Auto leading this thing up front. Mr. Jacob right there behind him.
We do have Justin Barkley and Brian Hughes starting to make that outside line kind of make a comeback.
Yeah, they are. They're starting to pull that outside line forward, man.
That's exactly what can
Slowly.
happen. If you take blue shirt, you can make a comeback all the way, long and strong, back to the front of this thing. Just like the 11th car out there on the racetrack.
I'm waiting to see if that 20 of Charles Robinson jumps up there in front of him. And there he goes.
You had to say that. I was freaking taking it for granted.
I had to get you once this race.
Anyway. Hey, blue shoe.
All right, we won't try to KO the field anymore. Or the broadcaster, I should say.
Oh, you KO'd me good on that one. That was like a Mike Tyson 1-2 punch.
I'll tell you what. You know what? We're giving Chris Otto all the props and all the love right now for leading this thing, but a big part of that is this 99. I mean, this dude can shove like no tomorrow. I mean, I pride myself on being able to push. That's one thing I really like to do, but this guy is next level at times. When he just wants to lock on, he's got like a set of vice grips on the front of that nose of that race car. He just bites down, and he doesn't let go. A set of...
Just bites down and goes.
Yeah. Eager beaver mouth. There you go.
All right, Arno continuing to lead the 99 there, just attached to him like he's working on a beaver dam. Boys, we are 153 laps in here tonight. These guys are starting to run out of time a little bit here. And I KO'd the broadcaster. Okay. It's Chris Otto continuing to lead. Jacob there as well, 2 by 2 behind them. It's a party in the Daytona.
That outside line is really starting to make some momentum up. They're pushing hard. There's moments when they bobble, but they'll fall back a little bit. That 19 had to get some cool air on it, cool down a little bit, but I look for that next lap. They're going to be pushing up there almost to Chris Otto.
Yes, they are. Have we still got a Matt Mettler, or did we lose him?
We might have lost Mettler.
Yeah, let me check. Let me see if the stream's running. Working on it, boys. We have a Mettler.
The stream is still up on my end, so
That's positive that we may have lost the Mettler. So, anywho, continuing to roll. As long as we still got a happy game.
do we dare talk about green flag pit stops?
No, I don't think so.
We should be about 10 laps away, 10 to 15 laps away from green flag stops, if we can make it. I think this is probably the longest run of the day.
If. That's a big if. We have burned through. So where do you think the stops are going to be at? What, lap 170-ish?
Should be, yeah, about that 170 mark. Some guys may try to go a little bit sooner, but I'm going to put it right at that 170, 168 to 170.
Right.
And that outside line is pushing hard.
Yeah, they are. They're trying to bunch up and work together here, trying to move forward.
Watching the outside line, they will get a good run. They'll pass the car. Then they'll get about half the car lead back. And then they make another surge as the 19 kind of pulls back up on them. They'll pass another car. Slow. methodical move here.
Slow and methodical, that's the best way to do this, right?
Yes. Just take what little bit you can get. Don't force any issues. You know, if we do get the green flag pit stop, that's going to take, I'm going to assume, about half the field out of this thing. It takes a lot to really get over the road with your teammate and not have any mistakes.
And again, right now, we are continuing to roll to the end of this thing. We are getting very close to the end here.
Saw Cody was maybe thinking about going to that top line, but Alyssa just jumps to the outside. She wants to get up there to the front.
Alyssa really pushing it, trying to get there the best she can. And right now, we're working lap 158 on this one.
Oh, Alyssa gets a little loose coming off the floor.
Yeah, that's so difficult to do, too.
Yeah, you gotta have a lot of confidence in that guy behind you and the guy that you're pushing, because so many times you get locked on. If that front guy bobbles a little bit, they just get hurt.
Got to keep nailing it right now, lap after lap, 160. And this is so interesting.
Yeah, it's good to see some green flag runs. See what these guys actually are able to put together, who's teaming up with who, and who can make these runs work. You see Alyssa got to that top side, and unfortunately, it kind of killed all the momentum. So now that top lane's losing some ground. They'll probably start jumping to the bottom, get back around her, and then come back to the top.
That's exactly what the plan would be, right? Just kind of trying to get there. And again, we're working lap 160 here tonight, bud. We're getting down towards go time here and pit stops all at the same time. Is that a scary thought, knowing you're going to have these pit stops coming up?
It is, you know. You kind of want to stay out, because unfortunately there's a lot of times that, you know, if somebody wrecks coming to the pits, it can bring out a caution. But I'm one that wants to be one of the first ones on pit road, get my stop done, get back out there, get lined up with teammates, and then try to get as fast as we can.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing right now, is to get right back to the bottom of the line. And again, you see everybody getting to the bottom of the single file. That's going to help them get to pit road.
Yeah, another thing that we're going to be coming up on is Chris Otto is actually fixing to catch this little pack in front of them who can't really figure out how they want to run. So if they stick to the bottom and Chris has to go to the outside, that's going to start opening. Oh, we got pit stops.
There we go. A couple cars going to come down. They'll lock the brakes up a little bit, but they'll get down there.
Looks like all the Joe Gibbs racing teams. Cody McCork will come in super hot, so we'll see if he gets a black flag there.
Yeah, that's when they come down that hot, does that scare you when they get down that hot?
It does, because a lot of times people will just slam on the brakes and then yank it left and occasionally spin out, or, you know, hit the inside wall. And I've seen several people get killed coming to pit road. But it is a little bit earlier than what I expected for them.
Right. It is a little early, man, but I think they can make it to the end and get through that, so I think they'll be okay there. You know, I think they can stretch it and be okay.
We see that those 4 lap cars, they did go to the high side, giving Chris the bottom, so that's great to see them be respectful of the leaders coming through.
Right. hard here. What's the pushing on the bottom of the cars that are coming off pit road? Oh boy, this is gonna get dicey.
Yeah, 2 of those lap cars are actually cut down the leaders.
Yeah, that's dangerous when you do that. They could run over you and spin you.
I think the leaders are going to be pushing hard to get to those Joe Gibbs racing cars. They want to put those guys right down. They want to get as close to them as possible.
They got to get single file though quick. That 19 needs to. There you go.
Yeah, if they can catch them, put them a lap down, or just stay close to them by the time they make their pit stop, they will gain so much time.
Right. Yeah, you're right. And Matt, we know this from experience calling these. Getting through your green flag stops and getting done cleanly, that's the biggest part of winning these races.
That is probably one of the most forgotten, underrated parts of getting during long green flag runs. And having cars around you to get back up to momentum, the amount of time, the total time delta, so the time out of pit road speed, completion of your stop, and then back off of pit road. That is probably one of the most underrated, unimportant parts that everyone seems to overlook. Is more pit stops now underway. A couple cars peeling off here. Looks like we're going to have Jacob in the 99, who has been the lean, mean, pushing machine all race long. Emily's going to be on pit road as well. The 13. Phil hit that man. I love his SDK name.
The Hitman.
The Hitman. He's going to be on pit road. Well, Mr. Rolling down the river, Chris Otto still out there on the racetrack getting into lap traffic.
All over lap traffic as well.
The bad part for Chris is he actually gapped out on the field.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't happen very often, but that's kind of what he's done. He's attached himself to a group of cars that is already pitted.
Yeah, if I'm Chris, I'm probably going to be letting up or trying to get those cars that lead pack to catch me. That way I can sit with them and not be out by myself. If you get a big lead, they'll just blow by you.
Try to come on pit road and or when you come onto pit road, you back your entry wait out. And you wait for those guys to catch up to you. Can you pull that off? Is that an okay strategy, or would you rather not have to go that way?
I would rather not have to go that route, because if you check up too much, and they're wrecking.
Yellow flag is out.
Oh no! Well, there went that.
Here at Redline Racing Network, we're going to do our best to make this our final scheduled break of the year. We're going to have continuous flag coverage. Stick around.
Here at TWRS, we're always here to help our squad when they need a little push in the right direction. That's just who we are. We're a beautifully diverse group of goofballs dedicated to driving fake race cars as fast as possible. And we continue to push each other to the front using the power of nonsense. We have one of the strongest NASCAR programs on the service, and you can access it all for $24.99 a month. And we just released individual subscriptions for $14.99 a month for each NASCAR vehicle. We also just added a rallycross program, and our IndyCar program is taking off as well. So come join the weird side. We have speed and cookies. Cookies are not included in some locations. Here at TWRS, we're always here to help our squad when they need a little push in the right direction. That's just who we are. We're a beautifully diverse group of goofballs dedicated to driving fake race cars as fast as possible.
5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Let me know if you get anything. There should be a big Redline logo. Yeah, I've got it. 10-4. I'm rolling the race over now. All right, it's successfully switched over. How about that? We're dealing with everything it throws at us, right? Now my PC gets tortured. My turn. Yeah, at least we lost some. I'm just clearing everything out real quick where it'll do its thing, and I'll bring us on. Making sure it's all picked up. Can't order, bud. All right, I'm just getting ready to pick up the display capture there. We'll be good to go. Picking up display capture. We're green and green on display capture. And we are good. Chris, I'm going to bring us in. Seabiscuit, and we're good. All right, folks, I know you can hear all that, but we were getting switched over. Matt back with you here with Seabiscuit. We have took over broadcasting or the producing for Mettler, as Mettler's been called into work with 174 200 laps complete. We made the hokey pokey switch here.
We're going to be in here for a good finish with about 27 laps to go.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we do what we do here on Redline Racing Network to get these things in. And that's exactly what we're doing right now with the cars down the back straightaway here at Daytona. It's Jacob out front with two behind him. You're going to have to bear with me as we wait on Trading Paints to reload some paint schemes. That is fine and dandy as we roll right now.
Yeah, they kind of settled out there for a little bit. You guys really didn't miss a whole lot. They were, after that restart, they just got single file, but now they're getting double file again. We got the, what is that, the 38 car making the run on the outside. Let's see, who is that? Justin Johnson.
Man, this has been a Justin Johnson there, but I've got to say one thing before we get going here. This has been a true team effort today to get this one in.
It has, and you and Matt do a great job at this stuff. I'm just along for the ride, so I appreciate you guys bringing me with you, and it's been fun. I know there's been a lot of cautions, but been a lot of jokes, a lot of good times, and we'll keep it going.
We'll keep it going with 25 to go. Again, this is Redline Racing Network here with the iSNF Cup Series season opener at Daytona. Started to end the day with Mettler producing, ending it with the Dodo Bird producing. This should be good. Jacob out front.
Yeah, Jacob and Brian, Charles, they're all doing really good. Just keeping it single file, keeping a big enough lead, keeping that top lane from forming a whole lot of a run. But I tell you what, Taylor's been pushing hard all day, and he's pushing the 38 car. I think he's going to get there. They get maybe one more car. I look for those Joe Gibbs cars. If that top lane gets up close, those Joe Gibbs cars are going to jump up in front of it.
Yes, sir. He's going to jump, rattle, and roll right now, trying to keep this bottom lane rolling hot and heavy here tonight. Now the dog's losing their mind. It's going to be one of those nights.
I think everybody's lost their mind after today, so.
Yes, sir. Right now up front, 20 to go this time by Luna, the German Shepherd. Hang on about 20 more laps, son, and we'll go play. But right now, we still got a party in Daytona.
Yeah, it's nice to see these guys actually. If they would have had this kind of respect for each other at the beginning of the race, you know, give it some room, let people gather it up whenever they get a bad push. But they're starting to make it work. You know, the Daytona that we like seeing, side-by-side racing. Get some close side drafting going on.
It's a side-by-side party right now, my man. These guys are absolutely balls to the wall getting it done here tonight. I'm really impressed with how this race went tonight. I'm not even going to lie to you. I know we've had our moments tonight, man. Don't get me wrong. But this has been impressive.
Yeah. It's a long race. You know, these guys are probably getting pretty tired. They're wanting to see the end of it. So hopefully we can finish this out on the green. See who can generate the runs and who has the horsepower to get up there.
Yeah, that's the hard part. Who can get there?
You know, a lot of these cars, we've actually seen them wrecked or turn around backwards at the back of the pack. Now they're right back up to the front. I think we saw Taylor being about 2 or 3 wrecks tonight. We saw Brian Chew in a wreck, so they've done a really good job just keeping it put together, not losing their their cool, keeping it calm, get back up to the front, let things play out.
Well, man, 180 on the board, 20 to go. Very interesting, 20 to go here tonight.
Look for probably in the next 10 laps, those side drafts get a little bit more aggressive. As we see the, who is that?
Who is that right there leading that top lane? Is it,
Jeff Weimer jumped to that outside.
Yeah.
Try to get something going. You know, that's a big risk. Jumping out there with not really seeing that line move as the big checkup out of 4 on that bottom side.
Big checkup.
You know, now they're starting to pull up there alongside of 4th place. Like I said, if they can just keep little by little, keep gaining ground, that's all you can ask for. They still have 20 laps. They can still get it done as they're starting to make headway.
You just got to kind of move your way forward, don't you? Slowly but surely. That's all you can do at this point with 19 to go there, Seabiscuit.
Yeah, if you're in that top line, you really just want to stay lined up, stay focused, try to get as far up as you can. But if you're in the back, you almost hate to stay that way, because if you're in the back, you're going to stay in the back. You got to make some moves,
yes, sir.
Get yourself up there. So I'm curious to see when the aggression picks back up, we start going back 3 wide. But when that happens, we're probably going to see that top lane fall apart. As here comes Jeff. He's going for the lead. Oh, he gets left out by the 38. the
Yeah,
38
he just
of
got
Justin
kind of
Johnson.
left out the dry there for a moment.
He did. Justin Johnson he pushed him all the way to the front, and then when he saw that gap to fall in behind the 99, he just dropped down. I don't blame him, because now that high side has to rework, try to get all that momentum back up and get back to the front. That's one of those things I've never quite understood why guys do it, is they will work so hard on the top line, get it moving, and as soon as they get to the front, they drop low. And it kills that whole outside lane.
Yes, sir. 17 to go. That outside wing fell apart. 17 to go right now. Johnson there as well. Big jump. Man, these are big shoves out front, buddy.
They are big shoves, and we saw the 4 of John Hopley. He jumped out to the outside. He's going to try to get the outside going. But right now, I think if you're inside that top 5, you got to just kind of hang in there
Yes,
and
sir.
wait till the leaders start making moves.
Well, you just got to kind of wait right for the moment to make your move.
Yep.
And when you make
Yeah,
that move, you got to really time it.
If I'm somebody in the pack, I'm probably waiting to see like Chris Otto pull out. We know he's been strong all day. If you're in front of him, you're probably just sitting there waiting until the last 10 laps. Maybe even the last 5 laps before you try something.
Yeah, and how do you do that, right? That's the plan. What is the move that you make here late?
I think you got to be talking to some of the guys around you, maybe setting some stuff up, lay back about a car to 2 car lengths off. You guys generate that the outside. But, the big risk there is if you jump to the outside and nobody goes with you,
Right.
you're going to the back, so.
Look at the block. Look at, he turned him. He turned him, and here we go. Big down the back straightaway. Oh, no.
Man, the 5 just took the car right to the face. That was a huge hit from him.
And with 15 to go, calamity ensues. Wow, he gets yanked sideways, and here we go. Ping pong balls down the back straightaway.
Unfortunately, that was all set up due to a lap car. The lap car did nothing wrong, but it moved the whole field to the outside. And then as soon as he had a chance, the 38 dropped to the bottom, went to go around him. The 99 just couldn't block it fast enough.
Yeah, he tried, just couldn't get down there. Slow-mo here. The 19 gonna get it turned around big time right here. Comes back up the hill, and here's where we have the problem. He comes back up in the outside lane, catches a car, and there they go, starting to ping pong off one another. Wow, huge incident. Folks, I know Matt said that'd be the last commercial break, but I'm going to actually roll one here, and when we come back, we'll be ready to go back to green. Okay. All right, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, we're back here with 11 to go on the Redline Racing Network, man. So it's Seabiscuit and the Dodo Bird to bring this one home. Who is it going to be to win the season opener of iSNF here today from Daytona? Mr. Seabiscuit, who is your pick?
I think I got to stick with Charles in that 20 car. He's been strong all day. He's made the right moves. I just can't see too many guys beating him. He's got 3 teammates up there, or 2 teammates. So those Joe Gibbs Racing cars, they're going to be strong, and I think he's going to be the one to pull it out.
And for Seabiscuit, we'll see if your pick comes through. Kind of talks like we're talking on CB radio right now with your nickname.
I honestly couldn't tell you where that nickname come in. I've got a good buddy who built from Team Watson, and one day he's like, hey Seabiscuit. I didn't know who he was talking to. He's like, it's you. You're an underdog. Come on. I said, okay. So...
all right, double them up.
Yep.
It just stuck. We're all a Seabiscuit. Let's go green. Underway again at Daytona.
That inside lane took off really well. Chris Otto gave a huge shot to Charles and pushed that 11 of Brian Chu out front. They're going to try to see if they can't clear that top side.
And there we go, working our way through right now. We see everybody single file right at the moment. Now a little bit of double file up top there. Top 2 cars were single file. 11 to go here tonight.
Alyssa is pushing that 38 car of Justin Johnson, and she was giving such a good run, and they kind of get bottled up there, and everybody's got to check up.
Alyssa giving it everything she's got, trying to move forward. We're bobbing and weaving like a fishing bobber in the ocean. 10 to go.
There you see Emily, she's made her way back up there. That's good recovery for her. I thought she was done earlier in that wreck when she had that right front suspension damage, so she's back in this thing.
10 to go right now. Down the back straightaway, Brian Chu leads. Ten to go.
The outside lane is just getting dangerous. They had a 3-car tandem going into turn 3. Gerberson was just kind of stuck in the middle. He was getting pushed from behind, pushing to the car in front of him. So if something happens like that, there's no reaction time. He just gets caught up in it. But they did a good job there. Gained about a car length on that inside line.
With Seabiscuit, we're down to the final 9 laps, buddy. Who is it going to be?
Oh,
no. And another chaos accident. Taking a look what happened. The 35 right there. Down the back, and somebody's going to get turned somewhere here. There it is, just off screen. I think the 35 was one of the first cars in trouble.
It looks like the 4 car, he just had aggressive pushing. They were trying to get that outside line going. As he was pushing, he was trying to get back in line because his car had slipped out a little bit. And John Hopley just got a little bit to the outside, and when he ducked back in, he turned that Gerberson.
And there you have it, right? So what do you think? Brian Chu leading the way right now.
I think he's sitting pretty good. we're gonna see if Chris Otto gives him a big shot, or does Brian Chu kind of work with his teammate and let Charles get down in front of him? How much do you think the teammates are going to play into this?
I think they're going to play a big factor.
If I'm Brian, I'm probably choosing the outside lane. I'm going to get an early jump on this restart, slide back down in front of Charles. And that way, you know, you still get your teammate there. And we haven't seen that outside lane do very good, so...
Right? Well, we will see how this plan works. 7 laps to go.
So we're probably going to take the green flag about 5 to go. So it's going to stay interesting here.
Well, who is going to pull it off here?
I think I still got to go with Charles. I think he's going to be sitting in the catbird seat. If Brian Chu gets in front of him, we're going to see what kind of teammates they are. Are they going to race it, or are they going to just push each other? Because I know us over at BMP, we have a rule that we are teammates to the last lap, and then at the last lap, as long as one of us wins it, we go for it. So if Charles can get him a good run coming out of 4, and hopefully see if he can't make a run on Brian.
Can they make them run? That's the question.
Yeah, I don't think Chris Otto's going to allow them to back up or even generate a run, so I think if they start to try to back up, Otto's going to be jumping to their outside.
Well, somebody has to make the move late, right?
Yeah, you can't do it too early, because if nobody goes with you, you're just going to fall back. So I think if the top 4, top 5, they're probably not going to make a move until about 2 to go.
Yes, sir. Well, lights are off, 6 to go. Let's see.
Brian did choose that outside, so they may be working to get that 19 of Justin Barkley up there too.
Yeah, I
if the
think
20 doesn't get a good start.
I think that'd be the plan here, quite frankly.
Yeah, if you're Chris Otto, you're probably reaching out to every car behind you to try to get somebody to help work to beat these Joe Gibbs guys, because unless you got help, you're not going to beat them.
Well, yeah, you got to have the help. There's no doubt there. You can't not have help here. Well, here we go. Double file, 5 to go. Here goes the party. Lights are off on the pace car. Ready to go.
Do you think we make it back?
Well,
without another caution?
I doubt it. Wishful thinking. It'll be 5 laps to go when we take the green. Here we go.
Green flag, green flag.
Well, pedal, here we go. Back to speed, Brian Chu. Big shove right there. Teammates coming hard here. Right now, it's Hendrick Motorsports, and then
Oh,
crap. Guys, if I see another yellow here tonight, I think I'm going to throw eggs out the broadcast booth. Let's take a look. That was a throwback, right? Oh, that was big. Oh. Yep, right hook city up into the wall, and there they go. So, Seabiscuit, do you want to join me in throwing eggs out the broadcast booth?
You know, I think it's about that time. And it just looks like people being super aggressive. Maybe Alyssa, let's see. Alyssa was trying to just get a good push going there, and it didn't happen. But Jeff Weimer, he caught some major error there.
Major error. Folks, you know what's fun? Tossing eggs out of a broadcast booth. That's fun.
All except for when you're the one that's got to clean it up.
Well, you know, we don't have to tell track staff that. Now, come on, don't rat us out. Totally wasn't us. Blame it on Matt. Well, you know what this is going to set us up for, right?
What are we looking at?
NASCAR overtime. Not that we didn't need overtime tonight, but you know.
Who doesn't like a little overtime?
Why not at this rate, right? Why would we not think we need overtime?
Well, I'm starting to wonder, we should have enough cautions, but these guys may be a little close on gas. If we go into overtime, some of these guys may not be able to make it.
This is true.
Because we have 3 green-white checkers available, if I'm looking at that correctly, so if they use them all up, some of these guys may be a little nervous here.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Kind of went on board there with Brian Chute. It sounds like he is clutching the car, so he may be starting to save a little bit.
So you got JGR front row. So Charles Robertson and Brian Chute, I'm sure they're going to work together on a restart.
Yeah, and I think they tried to get the 19 of Justin Barkley in there, but unfortunately Chris Otto wasn't having any of it, and he was pushing as hard as he could to that 20 car. And they actually ended up hanging the 19 out, but lucky for him, the caution came out. Otherwise, he probably would have been headed to the back.
Lights are off. Here we go. Lights are off on the pace car, 2 laps to go. So right now, it'll be a 3-lap dash, buddy. Do we get it back to the white flag?
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say yes. I think they're going to get it together, get back to that white flag, and then all hell's going to break loose.
I would
Then
agree.
it might just be whoever makes it back.
We have been on rails all night, but now we're down to 3 laps to go. How about that? It'll be 201 laps, so 1 lap over at this very moment, unless we get another green light checker. Here we go. Again, the field just wants to see the white flag wave. After that, nothing else matters as far as wrecks, right? Like, that's all you want to see.
Yeah, if I'm these guys, I want to see the white flag and then just, try to avoid the chaos coming to the line, get the best finish you can.
Here we go. 2 laps to go.
Green,
2 to go. Green flag in the air. 2 to go.
Ryan did not get a very good start there. Looked like he kind of had to check up and the 19 hit him, so Charles is almost right there being able to get him for the lead.
Yes, sir. Down the back straightaway. Big shove on the top. The 19 and 11 tucked.
They are 4 cars handled on that bottom.
Jeez almighty.
That is not going to be good going into the corner.
Oh, they broke apart off each other a little bit. Do they make it back to the white flag? This is big. Out of 4. 3 wide. Oh, they make it back to the white. They do. Is a wrecker behind them, but it's okay. 1 to go.
Oh, big wreck.
Big wreck behind them.
They are wrecking everywhere.
Not gonna matter. We took the white flag. Now Charles leads here tonight.
I think you got Chris Otto and Justin Johnson, they're going to be going. Oh, there goes Johnson.
There goes Johnson around. Charles trying to just manage both lanes. He let him slip to the top there. I think he's got enough of a gap here. Big mistake on the outside lane. They broke apart. That was a big mistake. They're going to wreck it. Charles leads to the start-finish line. He'll win it here tonight.
Heck of a run all day for him. Look at Cody McCorkle coming in second, Justin Johnson third.
There you go. Holy cow. How about that?
I mean, that's what we talked about, having to survive that last lap.
Well, wow.
What a crazy ending to a crazy day.
Could you ask for anything better?
I don't think so, Like I said, it was going to come down to teammates. Unfortunately, the teammates got a little bit disconnected there. And then Charles just ran a great last lap trying to get that thing to the victory lane.
Yes, sir. There we go. So, we're going to work on trying to get who we can get up here. Let's see what we can do. What a night. I see Dodo Bird, or Big Bird still in the Discord, so that's a good thing. He must be driving to work. Well, I'm enthralled. I'm thrilled with the way it ended.
Yeah, that's like I said. It's been a long day, but that ending was well worth it. They made it to the white flag. All chaos broke loose after that, and then coming to the line, Justin Johnson shot to the outside. Him and Chris Otto kind of got tangled up coming out of four, and allowed Charles to pull away. Otherwise, that may have been a three wide battle coming across the line.
Yes, sir. All right, let's see if we can talk to some folks. I'll see if I can get Charles up here. And no, I cannot. So I'm gonna go to them. That's how we're gonna do this.
Alrighty.
Hey guys, sorry about that. I don't have privileges to pull you aside to come to you. Charles, man, we'll start with you. Great work here tonight.
Thank you, man. It was definitely a fun race. It's kind of pick and choose where to be.
I know the chaos of that last lap. You had them wrecking everywhere behind you, everything like that. What was your thoughts going through your head through that last lap?
Just trying to manage a run. I knew the outside was coming, so just had to block them at the right time, and hopefully I didn't get turned doing it.
Yes, sir.
But other than that, it was a good race.
It was a hell of a good race, man, and it was fun to watch.
Yeah, it was for sure.
Could you have done planned that final few laps any better?
I don't know. I mean, I have my teammates up there. It was looking pretty good, but I mean, you really can't say how these stricker plates are, man. I mean, anything can really happen.
Yes, sir. Well, again, congrats. Good work. And congrats on the win. Anybody want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, my teammates, you for broadcasting it, Rhea for putting everything on. It was it's pretty cool to win back to back.
There you go, man. Congrats on that.
Thank you.
All righty. Coming home second. Cody McCorkle, you got me?
Yeah, gotcha.
All right, man. You drove through to P2 here tonight. They're wrecking the chaos of the last lap.
Yeah, it was a good race. We got a speeding penalty under green at one point and had to fight back from it. But we were able to. Had a couple incidents there on the last lap, which didn't happen. But it was a fun race overall, and huge shout out to my teammates for most of the race. And yeah.
Here we go. Well, you survived, like I said, P2. What does that do for you for the season?
It's a good start here. We'll see where it goes.
There we go, man. Any partners or anything like that on the car you want to give us a shout out to?
Yeah, huge shout out to my teammates and a huge shout out to you guys for the broadcast.
Yes, sir, man. Appreciate it. Well, great job, Cody.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you soon. All right, coming home P3, top podium finish there. That's Justin L. Johnson. Justin, you got us.
Hey.
Well, man, you're going to come home third. Great work weaving your way through the carnage there late.
Yeah, no, that was insane. I got involved in so many wrecks that day. I think I had about 22 minutes of optional throughout the whole race. So to be in that situation, laps down and whatnot, and still finish P3 is that's a good day. So I'm proud to finish P3.
Well, P3 for you tonight. That's a podium. That's great work. Good start to the season. Good points day. Thank you to you guys for putting on a show you did.
Oh yeah, no, that was certainly fun, and thank you guys for broadcasting and putting it together. That was a lot of fun. I feel like I could have did a little more there if I had some more Fords up there to help me. Those Toyotas, they were so organized and well put out together throughout that whole race, so it was hard to do anything on them. So I would be shocked if they didn't end up winning this race.
Man, oh man. Nice job. Well, again, great work. Congratulations, man.
All right, thank you.
All right, we'll see you soon.
All right.
All right, Mr. Davis. We had a heck of a day here, sir. It was a ton of fun.
Yeah, a long day, but a lot of fun. Got to see a lot of great action. See a few cars catch some air. A lot of great passes, great saves. These guys put on a heck of a show.
Yes, sir. Well, man, I think it's that time of night where we shut her down. What do you say?
I'm there with you, buddy.
All right. Thank you, everybody, here at Redline Racing Network. For me, the Dodo Bird Matt J, the Seabiscuit Chris Davis, and the one and only pterodactyl that had to fly away to work. We got a great evening. Thank you to ISNF for having us. Thank you to our great partners over at Team Watson and everybody that makes this happen. It's been MJ here with the final few laps. We'll see you right back here on Redline Racing Network tomorrow evening. Until then, everyone have a great night. And remember this,